Hello and welcome to the Milk Cup Winter Finals. It is I, Evie, aka Cute Noob, to take you through this journey that is going to be so much Fortnite and so much battling. But of course, I can't take you through this journey alone. I have to have friends with me. So let me introduce to you the two people that will actually take you through the live action. And it's going to be Apples as well as the best taco. Ladies, hello. I am so excited to be here and hang out with you guys for the day. Apples, this is our second time working a Milk Cup event. How do you feel about coming back?
I am so excited to be here, and I'm excited for another Milk event. This is going to be a banger of an event, and I'm so happy to be here.
And Best Taco,
Yeah.
you took us through the second split qualifier that brought most of these teams to this big grand final. How does it feel and what can we expect?
Hey, I had a ton of fun after watching that secondary day of the open quals, and again, got to give a huge shout out to Aussie Antics for that one, helping essentially co-pilot the watch party. I'd say co-pilot, but realistically, that man was putting in the work. But it's all for a good cause because at the end of the day, we're all ultimately just trying to show mad love and support to these ladies who ended up qualifying for this winter split, and it's going to be a lot of action day here in the Milk Cup Finals.
It is, but before we go on and discuss all of the fun stuff that we are going to see, we have to talk about Gunny Milk and the Milk Cup. What is it and how do you get involved, right? So for you guys that don't know and are not aware about Gunny Milk, they are working hard to make sure that women get the representation that they need in the gaming space. They have thrown so many different tournaments. They've worked with so many different tournament organizers such as Radiance, such as Women of Arena, and of course, us ladies. They've brought up so many casters and hosts to be able to showcase all of this amazingness. If you want to be a part of it, make sure that you go over to the socials, Gunny Milk, as well as the Milk Cup on Discord to be a part of it because there's so many more events to come. This is just one of the big ones, but also one of the many. So let's talk about this specific event. Taco, you kind of scratched the surface of it, but the grand prize pool is $50,000. Can you break it down? What's going to happen with this?
Look, everybody's trying to collect the lion's share, and just the title ultimately of coming in first place, $15,500. If you are able to walk away with it, that's a good chunk of money, especially for a duo to split between the two of them. But we've got prizing all the way down to 11th place, so that's looking at $900. And ultimately, Eve, I think a lot of this is just going to be really about empowering the women of the scene, especially the ladies here in North America that have gone through the gulag essentially of making it through those multiple lobbies of the 2 days of open quals. And now that we've got our final set lobby selected here, I just can't wait to get into the action.
Yeah, this is an incredible amount of prizing for women. And also, like, just before the holiday season, just to have this kind of chunk of change in your pocket. Like, if you're able to make it to first place or even in just the top 10, like, that is a hefty amount of sum of money that you could just have to buy milk, V-Bucks, a lot of different things here in our Fortnite community that you can spend on here. But before you can get the money, you have to get the points to get there. So, I mean, here's a scoring breakdown. You can even see just a victory royale. So important to be placing in the top 10 placings here. 65 points for victory royale. You do get a point for each elim. You get 1 point for each one of those. So we may have to see how that kind of breaks down towards the end of the 6 games that we have tonight. Like, who's going to just try and just frag out as much as they can to get eliminations, or if they're just going to start camping, seeing if they can go for the top 10 places once they see like how they stack up against the top 10 at the end.
Yeah, a lot of money to be captured and a lot of points to have to capture those placements as you guys were talking about. So this kind of leads me going into, okay, what teams are we going to see? What are some names that are like, as soon as a tournament's about to pop up, they're going to be in that roster? Taco, I can already see you're smiling and I know you have a list for me.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of awesome women competing here today, but I would be lying to the general audience if I didn't point out our top 3 even coming out of the cumulative leaderboard between those 2 sessions of the open quals. Nina and Vader, they kind of, I don't want to say blew the competition away, but they had a very, very hefty lead in comparison to where the other 49 teams ultimately stacked up. And the most impressive part about it is that it didn't necessarily bank entirely off of pure consistency. I mean, yes, they had a lot of moments, but it's just the fact that they could have such strong outright placements along with a good amount of eliminations. And considering that elims are only 1 point apiece, it's not necessarily as rewarding as you would expect it to be.
Yeah, going into the second place, right below them, like just had about 40 points of a difference for the open qual was Yasmin and Daya here. I mean, this is another team that's just looking to be like, all right, how do we dethrone the top team here, Nina and Vader? How are we going to figure out exactly what we need to do against them? Are we going to have to drop at that same spot? We'll look at a drop map a little bit later, but Yasmin and Daya, they have the abilities to get there, but there's also another team here in this top three that you wanted to talk about here, Frantic and Canary. These two players, we've been hearing their names for months, years now, and they've been in the scene, grinding it out, and now they're just top three in the open qual, but they're looking to make a name for themselves tonight.
Fran and Canary, I think, are 100%. They're not a team that anybody is looking at as like an underdog team by any means. I mean, they bring their own powerhouse of a duo, and I'm really excited to see what's going to happen because they're going to be uncontested, as far as I'm aware, for all 6 lobbies here today at Seaport City, and I think that's going to make a monumental difference in terms of the fact that they're going to have the ability to just take their time, essentially follow their loot path to as much of a leisure as they want to go. But the main thing that I want to keep tabs on is how they choose to handle the arrival of the train coming out of Boxcar, because you got to keep in mind, you're looking at Moxie and Rexita, who are also going to be hanging around, and that's just another duo that you can't ever really count out. I mean, there are just so many ladies that are all in the same lobby now, essentially, instead of having like that split lobby circumstance, and watching them stack up against each other in a duos competition, it just changes the overall landscape.
Yeah, this shot map.
We're gonna get to
Okay.
I just wanted to move us away onto these POIs, right? And I'm surprised that as we talked about these top 3, that we were not talking about Moxie and Reg. So I'm glad that you brought that up. They won the land event at LA Comic Con that we were able to put together for Gun and Eat Milk. So let's see these POIs and what teams you guys think are going to be almost like the dark horses, right? We're talking about the all-stars. Talk to me about the teams that maybe we don't know that much information about, but are going to be huge contenders.
I feel like Starlet and Valexin have like a very well situated drop spot here. They have a lot of map space. I mean, they are right next to Nina and Vader. They could go and get Curious over by the Demon's Dojo if they want to, but they do have a lot of land to their advantage. They could be able to get all the loot that they need to and move wherever they so please once that zone pulls up. But I feel like I'm looking at them to see how they want to figure out their first games, the first couple of games, and just kind of react after the Nina and Vader kind of go there. But going on the other side of the map, if you look at Maddie, NF, and Sophie, I feel like they also are in that same situation. They're right next to Vanessa and Millie. Vanessa being a huge name, Somerset also being a huge name. Like, while they aren't like right on top of each other, they're right next to a lot of these teams that have proven themselves in the past a lot that could become a bit of a difficult situation, but it just comes down to map rotations and if they're going to be going with the dead zone.
Yeah, I think if I had to call out a dark horse team, at least, I'm probably gauging things a little bit more towards Magic Mosses, Yanni and Cece. They had a really strong day 2 quals performance, and in comparison to both the lobbies that were running, it was arguable that they were in one of the more contentious lobbies as well. So the fact that they managed to still pull out nearly a top 5 performance, I believe they came 6th on the cumulative leaderboard overall, but we saw a lot of really clutch instances, one in particular that comes to mind from Cece especially, and I just think that Yanni and Cece, if there's a team that could definitely cause some ripple effects across this leaderboard, I've got to keep my eyes on them.
I'm so excited. You guys dropped so many names, so many, like, just, I'm literally shaking. Not only from the nerves of just being here with you guys and being in your guys' awesome presence, but to see just some amazing Fortnite being played out. And something that's sticking to me time after time that you're bringing up, Taco, is the idea that now we're having every single top contender team come and land at the same time. In the qualifiers, there was 2 maps. So what were some struggles that you could potentially foreshadow for some of these teams that they weren't so having in the previous qualifiers?
I think the most obvious one is probably just going to be the fact that we're looking at some ladies who are now having to deal with contested situations, some ladies that are going to be uncontested that were formerly contested, and then there's also just the aspect of some of these ladies might have played at a certain POI at a certain drop, but then they opted to go elsewhere because they didn't necessarily want to contest the other team that's originally also landing at that drop. Because it's one thing to play out POI. I think Nina and Vader over at Demon's Dojo, that's like the primary example. There was another team that played their open quals to make it into this final set lobby, but at the end of the day, they're like, hey, directly contesting Nina Vader, not necessarily on our bingo card for the day. So that's not something they're trying to scratch off by any means. And respect to that, because I do think that those ladies had a pretty strong performance. It's just unfortunate that that's the POI that Nina and Vader want. And they're going to get whatever they call uncontested, I think, just because of how strong they are as a team.
I mean, that's kind of what you have to do when you're kind of on the lower end of like the scoring from the qualifiers. If there's a team that has like 600 points from there, like Nina and Vader, you have to kind of give them some respect if you want to make it to that top 10, top 5 point. You want to be able to stay in the game as long as you can. And you can't do that if you're just hot dropping on the top team that's in the lobby. You got to make sure that you're pacing it just a little bit better and making sure that your the beginning of your game is just maybe not as contested as it needs to be, because eliminations, while they are lucrative, you only get 1 point from them. You may get some loot, you may get some guns that you were wanting, but it's only 1 point. And if you do end up taking that risk and it doesn't go out for you, that's your game gone. And you have to just kind of recoup on the next time.
Yeah, but I am still excited, though, even seeing that adjustment coming out from Ava and Psycho, because that is the team that I was referring to that was originally landing at Demon's Dojo. They even jokingly said themselves, hey, we're just keeping the drop, warm for whenever Nina and Vader get here in the set lobby week. But they definitely have proven, I think, more than enough times that they are definitely capable of winning their fights outright and having some pretty quick time to elimination. So I think that they're also another team that you can never really count out. And so seeing them go for the switch up, though, in comparison today, they're going to be contested now, landing a little bit southeast of the map over at Hopeful Heights against Rip Rara and her duo. And so efforts are definitely going to have to clash here to see who comes out on top.
Well, there's so many stories, so many lineups gonna be happening, and we get to see it live, but we're not quite ready yet. So this is the time where I want us to show off our milk. Shout out to Radiant for sending us our milk. I think we all got chocolate milk, right?
Yes.
It's the best. Me personally, I'm a little bit biased to that. I'm not scared to admit it.
That's an outrageous. I think strawberry milk is the best. If I had to take one, I'd be like strawberry milk all the way. You guys took a sip without me. I wanted us to like unitely take a sip.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I just got thirsty.
It's okay. I
It's
mean,
milk.
fair. If you have milk, you have to drink it, right? It's like, it's going to be, if it's right next to you, it's so tempting. And you guys should definitely at home get some milk to make sure that you keep this energy and keep yourself going. Can we get a little bit of a cheers here going? One.
Oh,
After Taco finishes the milk. There you go. Cheers. Cheers. You guys can take your
Cheers.
sip now. There you go.
I'm gonna be
I'm
down half the
failing.
glass at this point.
I'm failing at conducting this milk train. The milk train is going crazy. Everyone's just thirsty, getting some. But this is my reminder to you guys that you can be involved as well. Go get some milk. Go cheer us up. If you do, take a picture. We'll post it on social media for you and share it all around so all your friends could see it. But it seems like the game will be ready. So we can, I'm gonna send you guys off into the game because we cannot yap enough and the players are ready to take you to game number 1.
Appreciate that, Eve. It's definitely going to be an interesting evening, though, Apples. I mean, game 1 of 6. What's always one of your do you have like a favorite lobby whenever you know like how many there's going to be exactly? Like, which lobby do you think is the most important to play and when?
Which lobby? What do you mean by which lobby?
So
by
like, you
that?
know, like some people are like, oh, you want to like win the first lobby because you want to get off on the right foot. Then you have people that are like, I'd rather win like the third lobby because that's like the halfway point.
Yeah.
You know, so do you have like a peculiar lobby, or do you think it just like doesn't matter?
I feel like whenever the teams that are playing like the third and fourth lobby, they win those two. Those are like the sleeper agents that like come out and they have like a lot more points than you do think on the fifth and sixth games. And you're like, oh crap, like I need to get a lot more eliminations now that they've won those two. But I feel like also like setting yourself up for success. If you like place really high in your first game, you're like, oh wait, okay, I'm feeling good. Let's keep this energy going. Let's keep this inertia. You're feeling a little bit better going into the next one, and then it's not always great to like go out early in your first game. So I feel like starting off on a good foot is always good. But that was kind of a long tangent, not really answering your question in a clear way. I
No,
apologize.
I think you definitely hit the nail on the head. I'm with you. I think I prefer a little bit more. I prefer to do the winning later on. Yeah, I like to do that false sense of security to everybody else in the lobby. You know, I might dud out first and second, but you know, third and fourth, you might see me suddenly on that leaderboard. You never know. But I think that it is interesting because I do think that there is momentum that comes into play, especially because of the fact that it's zero builds competition. And I think it's really easy to get in your own head sometimes whenever zeros just is not going at all your direction.
Yeah, and that's kind of tough because if you are playing your first two games and you're kind of going out really early and you're not getting as many eliminations, it's hard to kind of keep that mental in check. We've seen that before. We've seen it in almost every esport, and in Fortnite, it's no different. Like, if you're just constantly getting beaten down, you're like, all right, what do I need to change? What do I need to get there? And then if you are able to kind of like wake up in your third and fourth games, you're starting to feel a little bit better. You can finish the day feeling strong. But getting off on the good part. Getting off on the good foot's always there. And I feel like players do usually play on the first and second games just a little bit more strategized, a little bit slower. You feel a little bit more energized towards your fifth and sixth game because you're like, all right, it's time to get it done. It's time to get all the wins, the eliminations now. We want to finish, and we want our prize pool. We want our 15K.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think keeping in mind what's on the line with this 50K, we're going to need milk winter split finals.
Oh, yeah.
It's very difficult, I think, to not kind of let the mind wander. But ultimately, as all these ladies are preparing to depart off that battle bus, I think that the biggest switch up is largely just going to be how everybody is going to kind of handle that dynamic, going from the open quals and having those two separate lobbies to now we're all just in the same set lobby. We know what to anticipate for the most part in between each match, but I think for sure I saw a lot of these ladies definitely grinding as far as the offline scrims were concerned, and I saw some different names kind of popping up at the top of those scrim leaderboards. And so I think today consistency is really just going to be key. I get that it always is, but if you are going to have like an off lobby or two, you really just got to make sure that you come out with like a massive swing in one of these other lobbies at least, because I do think it can be just one solid game to put you back at the top of the leaderboard. Nina and Vader have proven that time and time again.
And they have that consistency that we'll have to see from any of these teams once they start dropping on this map. Beautiful visuals, by the way, production, playing. But I do want to talk about a little bit, like you said, consistency is really important. I feel like this lobby, these women that are competing, they've done this before. They know what it's going on. It's business as usual, but like you said, it is now. Everyone is here in the same lobby. They're gonna have to make sure that they're watching their back, keeping on their toes, and just working with their loot pattern like they know how to do. If they are scrimming, just like you said, they know what they're doing. Just like Daya and Yaz right now, that felt like completely perfectly coordinated. They know exactly what they need to do to get everything out of Mass Meadows right here at the beginning.
Yeah, and the tough part is going to be knowing that they're splitting this POI yet again with Lily and Rennie. As far as north or south side of Mass Meadows is concerned, I think primarily these two teams especially a team like Dia and Yasmin, I could see them wanting to potentially get a little bit more aggressive earlier on. I think during the open quals, they were more content to just be chill with the farming what they could out of their section of Mass Meadows, but when it comes to the final set lobby, you don't want to take any chances. Why not just eliminate your competition from the get-go?
I mean, easy peasy. We may have to see something a little bit later, but so far, beginning of the game, we saw a little bit of eliminations happening in the top left, so some teams are starting to get a bit active. Ms. Mary and Foda B here over by Flooded Frogs, just trying to get their loot all in order. Lots of shield in their inventory. They got their shotgun and their scoped AR, but no one too close to them, just a little bit south side of them. It's time for them to get on their merry way, but they do have the storm circle. Don't have to move too quickly, too far. A pretty good advantage point right now.
Could definitely be a little bit awkward though, trying to push off this far north position, fighting frogs, and then trying to move into flooded frogs against Emma and Lily, who likely have just really strong height control. And they're not exactly harnessing all of the shield that you would hope. I mean, I know that we just saw Foo Baby with 3 of those shield potions, but if that's all that they have for shield, that's just quite literally not going to be enough. And yeah, the fact that they're even opting to potentially go to just a lower elevation, try and keep themselves a little bit further concealed, I do think that some of these outskirt positions on the map can be much more prone to getting picked off earlier on, just because as you start trying to actually push inwards, it's just going to be very difficult not to get landlocked, essentially.
Absolutely. Yeah, 3 shield not going to cut it, but Vona and Allie here staying here in this little tunnel that we have in the mountains, just waiting to see if anyone starts to push in. I mean, they had the storm pole and may be able to catch some eliminations near them, but just waiting for some players to take the bait of this loot that they placed here in the middle of the tunnel.
And again, this is not an uncommon strategy by any means. I think in areas where you're kind of expecting there to be a little bit more foot traffic and cutting off some of these bridge narrowways, I believe that's like closer to the Big Bend area they're trying to just lock down. But the fact that these ladies have clearly had ample time to be mostly undisturbed during their loot paths. I mean, Carpenter, Ailey, right as I speak, Canary and Fran reminding them they're still hanging out over by Seaport City, and this could make for a really tough rotate later on, but they've got plenty of slip rails at least to rely on. They'll be able to just swim their way out of danger.
Yeah, nothing too crazy, just some warning pop shots, as you said, and that's just kind of what these top teams are going to be trying to do, just kind of see if they can just throw something out there, get some damage done, make them use a lot of their loot, something here. You can see Rising Comforter doesn't have any shield on her. Could be able to find some, though. Not sure what Haley is working with, but could be able to shield back up in the end. Just trying to hide away from some enemies that could be... Oh, and unfortunately dropping to some bulb damage here. Gonna have to early res. Oh, but some shots are throwing their way. They're gonna take the bait. Gonna have to go behind some cover to get this res, and that's gonna be a little bit longer of something as well. They're gonna have to use their med kits and get that shield back up if they need to.
That's if Haley's even gonna have a chance to recover. Fran's already closing in. Carpenter gonna try and get away with that Void Oni mass. A little bit of coverage behind these rocks for the time being, but frantic Canary, they're not willing to let this one go. Tala Twisters versus the Fury Assault Rifle, but now Fran, she's closing in for the elimination. Haley still hasn't had a chance to recuperate her shields, trying to find a little bit more HP to work with off the water sprites. The bushes saving Carpenter's life for the time being, but Fran and Canary, they are all too willing to pounce. It almost seems inevitable at this point before Haley goes down.
Yeah, and I don't see Frantic really stepping away from this fight. Gonna at least use a fish to grab some more shield. I mean, Holly is so low. Gonna have to get a little bit more pushed up with her teammate Canary a little bit farther back. What's in like they're starting to back off just a little bit. Not going to go a little bit too crazy just in this early fight, but just keeping that information for themselves once they start rotating. They do have the storm pole.
That threat of the third party, the only reason why Haley's going to be able to bail herself out. A little bit of indirect support from the rest of the lobby, quite uncommon. Somerset being knocked this early on, though, is surprising because during the open quals, at least, Somerset, Kelsey, they spent a lot of time hanging out by the mountain range near their POI of Warriors Watch. So to see them struggling in this current position, being forced to expend at least one of their porta bunkers. Kelsey, granted, she still has 3 more to go, but that's a big part of the reason why, because we're looking at Kay and Kiana, a team that can definitely get pretty scrappy. It's going to be very difficult to try and key against them, and sure enough, they're not looking to let Somerset live anytime soon. Knocked one more time, but this time, it's all going to come down to Kelsey, and she's just full-on disengaging, not willing to try and take the risk. She'll play for the reboot card, if anything.
Yeah, that's going to be rough. They may have to camp this. I mean, third party as well, just like you said before. The threat is here. It's another team in this building that she's running up to. Kelsey is not going to find anything that she really wants here unless she's able to get these 2 eliminations done quickly. Half pot going into her, at least going to make her full 200 plus the overshield, but is she going to be able to run out of here without meeting any danger? And she does. That is quite lucky for her.
Animate and Lena just must have expected that that was a duo that might have been playing a little bit more split. Still surprising that they wouldn't look for the opportunity to get a little bit more key heavy, but at the same time, I definitely respect not surrendering your position, because then you might draw attention, as you just called out. Other teams lurking nearby. We saw how close Kiana and Kay even were, but that makes things all the more complicated for Kelsey, because at this stage, now she knows that there's at least 2 other duos that she's going to have to deal with in terms of recovering Somerset's reboot card. It might even just boil down to a circumstance where she's just going to have to play out this first lobby as if she's a solo and not even try to make a move for that reboot ban.
Which is unfortunate, but she could still go for that placement points and just try to play a little bit more passive. But speaking of complicated, Yaz and Daya here trying to get out of the storm. Looks like Daya has already made it to the edge. Just trying to keep safe, running as quickly as they can. I'm not sure if they know of the duo to their left here, but could get into a sticky situation, as you do see that they see them as well. Gonna have to hide behind some cover. Daya getting knocked back quickly. That's unfortunate. Yaz down to 33 health, just trying to teleport out of the way, and perfectly done. But not perfectly enough, as they do get eliminated there by Rip Rara.
Yeah, so Rip Rara and Danzy doing what they can to make it out of Hopeful Heights, but it's the fact that Yasmin and Daya go down so close to the Rolling Blossoms farm. I mean, that leads me to the understanding that there are a lot of ladies pushing central positions of the map a lot sooner than what we would have. I wouldn't have necessarily anticipated it based on how the open quals are going. Those lobbies were definitely much more passively paced, in my opinion, especially during these mid-game portions, but that's the difference when it comes to these final set lobbies, and you've got these ladies that are just essentially brimming with confidence, because who wouldn't be if they're qualifying here in the first place? But Riprara might have drawn a little bit more attention than she was hoping for. Ava and Psycho just trying to see if they can pick off a player or 2 here, but more importantly still, potentially just control the flow of this rotate. They don't want to be disturbed either. They're trying to conserve as much resources as possible.
Yeah, only having half pots to heal here. Psycho, not the most wanted here. Just trying to keep an eye on their surroundings, making sure that they're rotating into safety, or at least into a place where they can control the players around them. There's a building in front of them that they could go into a little bit of safety, but still, there's so many teams here that are starting to group up, starting to get into the storm zone, starting to get ready for that end circle fight. I mean, we're only the 3rd storm circle in, but 15 seconds, it's about to get a little bit smaller for the rest of these teams, and the train rolling on by. I don't know if anyone's on it, but we'll have to see that a little bit later.
If anybody was on it, I would expect it to have been Moxie and Regs just there to collect the mythic Holocaster AR that's available, but I wouldn't expect them to still be hanging around on it at this point necessarily. It could still be a nice rotational option though for some other teams depending on which direction they're actually coming from, but Manny and Hyper are very dependent on this bridge pillar right now to conceal their vision.
I mean, they blend
Crocs and her
in.
duo.
Blend in pretty perfectly. Speaking of Moxie and Regs here, oh, flying up on these floating islands. They do have that mythic weapon. See if they're able to defeat this. Grab another mythic situation. I think they're the only team up here.
Currently, Shogun's Arena has a tendency to draw a lot of attention very quickly. Regs just making sure to utilize movement as much as possible. Also trying to keep good tabs on making sure that they're undisturbed while they're taking down the Shogun boss. But it should only be a matter of time. It doesn't look like anyone else has decided to actually push their way up. The main thing to keep in mind now, though, is once they clear out Shogun's Arena and they have full access to Shogun's Medallion, that could be a very powerful component because the infinite sprint and the invis is what I'm really keeping tabs on, especially for somebody like Regs.
Yeah, that's going to be really overpowered for them and kind of a fun mini game to have in the middle of this situation that they have. I mean, they've been doing so well so far. Only one elimination on Regs, but just haven't been too active with the rest of the lobby just yet. Only fourth storm here, and once they do make their way down with that medallion, as you said, could be able to start getting a little bit more active with that unlimited sprint. But Chloe and Noelle here in the middle of the rest of the groups here, rest of the duos that we have all the way around. There are so many teams here just waiting for a storm to start closing in, waiting for some movement to happen, and looking to see where they can throw their shots to. I think they do see a team in the distance. No shots just done yet. They're just trying to use this push to their advantage. See Vanessa and Millie on the other side in a porta-fort or porta-bunker. They do have two to their advantage, but still just using the shrub. And this is just basically OG Fortnite.
Yeah, nobody ever wants to be the first to move, and you never want to be the first to go into the most optimal positioning either, because that just forces the rest of the lobby to want to be much more tempted to collapse on you. It's almost like nobody can ever have anything nice when it comes to zero builds Fortnite, especially not in this current meta. Not to mention Emma, Snowy, definitely keeping tabs on the fact that there is a duo on top of Shogun's Arena. They're likely even able to see Regs and Moxie being currently marked from their position due to Moxie holding on to that Shogun medallion right now, and it makes sense for Moxie to actually take the medallion, considering that it was Regs who was actually holding on to the Mythic Hollow, so don't need both the best worlds.
Nice, easy elimination. More plants playing a little bit more solo. I wonder if their duo is just a little bit farther back, decided to get a little bit more aggressive than they needed to, not expecting a player in that bush, but they're just going to fall away from that, not wanting to get too aggressive, just assuming that they're on the other side of the map. But I do think you saw them just a little bit farther south, just still sitting in the storm. Love to see how that solo comes into fruition towards the front. But starting to get a little bit more movement here. Vanessa and Millie are starting to push up onto some duos that they see on the other side of this river. Going to throw as many pop shots as they can just to grab some damage, waste some resources of their enemies. And I mean, they have enough ammo that they can just start doing this, and the storm surge is there. They are above it. So not too much of an issue for them, but still, I mean, what's fun without Fortnite?
They're just trying to essentially harass some of these other ladies that are trying to use these porta bunkers to their advantage. If you take away one of the walls, especially one of the primary walls that's facing towards the rest of the lobby, it is going to force even more resources to be expended. Saw that push grenade that came out as a result from Vanessa's heckling there onto that porta bunker. So that also tells me that they might not have another porta bunker from the team that was being targeted to actually utilize. So Vanessa just doing what she can, trying to make sure everybody else has to use their resources. Desolips. And here's the interesting part about this for Casa and Holly is this team behind them still has to rotate in.
Yeah.
So Holly could take a moment, but Ivy and Breeze have got to be careful. They might just become the victims now. And yeah, they're already trying to fend for their lives at this point. Another duo entirely has taken note. Holly just waiting for the primary chance to strike and get revenge. And sure enough, Ivy already fallen. Potentially a revive could come through here out of Bubble Breeze, but I just think that this rock is not going to last for much longer. They're just getting peppered.
I mean, Holly having a perfect situation there from a little bit of high ground and the bunker to their advantage. Just able to throw some shots there, make them nervous. And this is going to be them in a very pressured-filled situation. As I think they're getting shot at by 3 angles there. You can see 2 from the high ground and then still from the low ground. And Nanny and Hyper with some pretty nice high ground right here. Throwing some shots in, seeing if they can get anything more aggressive. If anyone decides to start rotating into their perfect spot inside the storm circle, and they may get jumped here in just a little bit if anyone tries to take this high ground from them. Setting their sights, but nothing really coming of it. You can hear some players on the other side starting to jump up. This is going to get possibly a little bit dangerous, but still, they're just sitting in their bush here. You can see Pinkies and Mazar on the other side. They're going to have to figure out how they're going to split this third party just a little bit easier for themselves. They're going to have to eliminate one team before another one starts to eliminate them.
Mara and Bonnie are definitely in a kind of awkward position, but the Elemental Shrine essentially being locked down, and the main issue is that you can't break the Elemental Shrine, the rock face that's like surrounding it. So that's really strong coverage to actually have control over. And I think Mar and Fanny, it's almost surprising that they weren't being aggressed on a little bit more heavily, considering that they were just taking refuge exclusively inside of that bush. Not exactly the kind of coverage you would want. Fran and Canary, though, on the other hand, spotted Vanessa, but there's another team potentially on the horizon. So Canary knows she can't just dive in too recklessly. She doesn't want to find herself getting third-partied in the process. They're just going to buy their time inside of Pump Power.
Pretty good positioning for them, at least. They do have a couple walls in the windows to their advantage, but still, just like you said, could get jumped on pretty easily, pretty quickly. Just going to have to stay fortified and use all their items to their advantage. I mean, it just depends on who wants to get aggressive first, and they have to kind of play in a more passive stance here now that they are kind of surrounded by a lot of teams. Having this spot that is inside is really good for them. Oh, could see a little bit of a teleport here onto the side. Avelina just going to get a little bit hit down, but that Fortifort is going to save them from demise. I mean, they are playing passively, but they are trying to take their initiative where they see it. Ooh, just like that. Another player in their building with them. That shotgun raining out. Nothing quite connecting, but just trying to assert their dominance in this one position.
Yeah, Fran and Canary are at least controlling the flow of teams surrounding them, seeing a handful of solos as well, kind of trickling their way in towards center zone here at Pump Power. Fran, Canary, they've been holding down separate line of sights as well. It's a primary reason why we saw Lena manage to just barely survive earlier on, having enough time to get that porta bunker out, because had it been both Canary and Fran shooting her at the exact same moment with the 3-2-1 countdown, for example, she was absolutely toast by all means there. Fortunately, Canary and Fran, they are doing what they need to, in the sense that they should be watching separate angles to prevent any sort of intruders like what we just saw a mild attempt of. But Megumi and Female Clicks, aka Crash Out, but Female Clicks is also, she's been a lot of fun to watch. I mean, she can definitely hold her own as well when it comes to these fights, although shield situation looking a little bit scuffed. They can get a nice refresh. That could be the difference here, though.
Yeah, if you look at the difference in how they're looking at their positioning and everything versus Canary and Co. in the building, it felt like they were a lot more nervous about everyone that was around them. They could hear the footsteps, they can hear everything. Just a little bit less of an advantageous, but looking at Vanessa and Millie trying to start getting active, they start to get dropped on. Players are starting to rotate in, and it's going to get a lot more stacked as they try to just rotate around, but can't make the jump. Finally at the top of the building here. They're going to try and just throw down their bunker and make a fort here. Make it their own, as they do now have the high ground. This is perfect for them. Eliminations raining out on the feed, but nothing coming to them too quickly. You see a couple players, Moxie and Rags, at high ground above them, are trying to throw a couple shots towards them, but nothing really connecting, trying to make themselves known. But right below them, Starlet and Basilia just kind of fighting for their life here. Now is a solo, just running around right at the edge of the storm. This is a very tricky spot for her now.
The problem for Velcita is that she had to use her final porta bunker in this exchange. A small shield potion, she's back to at least 50, not to mention the overshield charge that'll kick in once it refreshes. But Ava stuck, cannot actually combine with her duo. I believe was taken out a little bit earlier on, but Moxie, Regs, they had what looked to be the best position, and now that might just be what actually leads to their downfall here. Vanessa and Millie, they've managed to go largely unnoticed and are still holding on to a decent height exchange here. Just applying so much pressure, but they find themselves rotating off the last porta bunker that come out as a result. They have been marked though from the Void Oni. And again, just teams essentially flying by because of these Void Oni masks. But the Void Boon is what keeps going off. Someone has a good idea of where everybody else is right now.
Absolutely. Canary and Frantic just trying to make do with what they can. Nice shot and a nice elimination. Now up to 7 for them. Just trying to hide in this corner, healing up as quickly as they can. The storm is starting to pull. They have to teleport away. These Void masks. Now almost at the edge of the storm. So many bunkers to their advantage. So many bunkers being placed down, but all the players around them. There's just so many players to shoot. There's not enough time. Nice one. And now a double for Frantic as Canary does go down. She has to stay in the zone, but does get exposed right there. It's gonna be Millie and Vanessa getting that victory royale for the first game here.
Their positioning was just too prime here in the final moments over by Pump Power. It was largely just the fact that they were able to utilize the bush grenades and those porta bunkers perfectly to their advantage. I think Moxie and Regs just took all of the collapse from that lobby, just a full congestion right on top of them. They were absolutely swarmed, and everybody else was just scrambling on the low ground trying to see what they could come up with. I thought for a second that that was going to be a real environment for Fran and Canary to thrive, because when you're talking about two fighters of the North America region for the women's scene, those two are certainly some of the first to come to mind. But a 1 versus 2 situation, that's always going to swing Vanessa's way, I feel like.
Absolutely. And I mean, it did swing their way. They had that perfect positioning. They weren't all the way at the high ground that we saw Moxie and Regs. They were in that middle ground, so they were able to see the flow of the players towards that zone, able to kind of utilize that to their advantage. I felt like people were like kind of running past them at the end, and they were able to make that end zone theirs. And congratulations to them for that first game. That's definitely going to start them off on a really great foot, and we'll have to see if that momentum is able to go for the next 5 games that we have tonight.
Yeah, excited to see how everything shakes up. But for right now, we're going to take it to a quick break. So grab your milk and then come right back, because the Milk Cup will continue after this short break.
Hi, my name is CC Nuggets. I'm from Team Yanni, and I've been playing for 3 years now and 2 years competitive.
Hi, my name is Yanni. I'm in Team Yanni, and I've been playing Fortnite for 4 years and competitive for 2 years.
I prefer the old movement just because it just naturally feels better. I don't know what it is. It just feels good and it looks good at the same time.
I prefer the old movement too, just because right now the new movement, it sometimes like kicks you off the builds and it's like a little bit annoying.
I actually prefer the new chapter of Fortnite because I'm not really an OG person, so I don't really know how to compare it to that. And I do like the modern Fortnite, so
I preferred the OG season. I mean, because I missed the old memories, and I feel like everybody was like more like newbie. Like the game was more fun, and like I miss being like with my friends and stuff every day grinding.
ooh, I prefer the water sprite. We call them buddies. They're our buddies.
Yeah, I like the water sprite. Cute. Plus, it heals you up, so
Yeah. Mm, I like both. You can't go wrong with both.
I like strawberry milk better. I'm not gonna lie, this is really hard. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
think I'll
hard.
quit. I'll quit and then take the lottery money.
Yeah, as hard as it is to choose over Fortnite to 20 million. Is it really that hard? Choose over 20 million? I think I'd quit.
I have 5 cats: Nancy, Coco, Miri, Miri Meow, and then Ginger. I also have dogs. I have 3 dogs, but
Those are
that's
the
my.
funniest names.
Oh yeah. It's kind of hectic sometimes, but I love them. So
Yeah, I have a dog. Her name is Nugget, and that's how I got my name. I combined my name and my dog's name. Oh my gosh, that's hard, but I'll choose Olivia Rodrigo because I love her. I like a lot of her songs, but recently, my all-time favorite song from her would probably be, I was gonna say Vampire.
I haven't listened to Olivia. I'm sorry, but I think I'm just gonna go with Taylor Swift, just because I haven't listened to Olivia. I think Elf, just because that movie's just funny and like brings memories. When did I come out? Like years ago, no?
I really do like Home Alone a lot. Mostly like it has a lot of sequel in it. And it's just every Christmas is just like a staple, and then it's like a comfort movie that everybody will like, not just for kids or older people. You know, there's no age for it. Thank you everybody for your love and support.
Thank you so much, everybody, for watching, and I hope you guys are rooting for us.
Welcome back to the Milk Cup Winter Finals. We had game one, and I was just telling these ladies some of those questions for this or that were hot takes. Whoever said dogs over cats, we're gonna have a problem. And if you didn't say chocolate milk above all, actually that's a lie because I actually like strawberry milk. But anyways, I'm gonna bring us back to what actually matters, and just to talk about what we saw game number one. Want to point out this, and I'm going to steer this a little bit more towards Taco, which is the teams for qualifier one seem to be struggling a little bit more than the qualifier two teams. Is there a reason for that, or do you think it's just like the format of this tournament?
I think it's just the first lobby. I never really like you always want to start off on the right foot, right? It's like kind of what Apples and I had touched on right before we saw everybody actually exit the battle bus at the start of lobby one. But I think ultimately things can get shaky, things can get chalked really fast, especially when it comes to this zero builds competitive format, because this is easily probably the most difficult zero builds competitive meta that I've ever had a chance to like witness in Fortnite scene. And so with that in mind, I'm usually willing to give a lot of our top teams that you might see struggle for like a lobby or two the benefit of the doubt that something just clearly did not go the way that they had intended, but I would never factor them out for a bounce back.
Yeah, it's
Fair
just the
point.
first lobby. They have time to get their minds into it. They were able to be like, okay, these are how these teams in the second qualifier are now playing. All right, this is what we need to be doing once we go into our drop shot, once we get our loot. All right, this is the aggressive that we need to be doing, or this is how we need to be a little bit more passive. I mean, we didn't see too many early eliminations, just like Taco was talking about just a little bit ago. She's like, okay, you will probably see everyone in the ending circle, and it is very stressful to look at. And I'm like, all right, it is very stressful, but there may be some teams that aren't really used to that now. So they'll just have to adapt to that, and we'll have to see that a little bit more going into these next couple games.
Yeah, in my notes, I was like, okay, we're in the fourth circle and there's still 40 teams remaining. So
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
that because you feel like most teams are being a little bit more reactive to what's being put forth in their, in the gameplay? Or is it more because that's everyone's playstyle and that's how you have to do it?
It's
I
kind
feel
of
like
just.
it's. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you can go ahead, Apples.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. But it is very reactive. I mean, we saw a lot of teams that were kind of pinched in between two players once we got onto that fourth circle that were kind of sitting on that snowy mountain. And they were throwing a little bit of shots, just kind of being like, all right, we are here, but don't look at us. Don't come up and don't get aggressive. And they were kind of waiting till that ending circle, waiting until they got a little bit more congested to get it more aggressive. They were playing a little bit more reactionary. And I don't think we really saw Vanessa playing more reactionary. It felt like they were just kind of consistently running until the end game. We saw them getting a little bit more aggressive towards the beginning, which is like, all right, that's good. You're starting on a good foot. You have that elimination underneath you. You have 2 guaranteed points. Let's see if we can get any more placement points after that.
Yeah, and I would definitely credit Vanessa as probably being one of the best leading IGLs as well, specifically for zero builds format. I mean, even trailing back to when she would duo with Somerset very openly would admit to the fact she's like, look, when it comes to zero builds, I just let Vanessa take over the shot calling because I know that I can trust her. She has a really good grasp and understanding of zero builds competitive metas. And I mean, lobby number 1, definitely proof in the pudding right there. But I think another reason why we saw a little bit of a differentiation is because we didn't see Kelsey and Somerset essentially controlling that mountain range by Warriors Watch, because typically when they're on top of that mountain span and they have full control of the elevation and full control of the height, everyone is forced to just do these really awkward rotations. Vanessa has even been a victim of that. So seeing Somerset and Kelsey not actually find their way there leads me to believe that Vanessa and Millie, they must have figured out, a different rotational strategy as an adjustment based off of what was happening during those open qual days.
Well, adaptations or not, now as we look at the leaderboard, are there any names that you're like, wow, I can't believe that they either were on top and now they're struggling a little bit more, or they are teams that you're kind of surprised and were on your dark horse card? Let's go with you, Apples.
Well, what I think is so interesting is that Vanessa, that team able to get that victory royale, they are still in 3rd place behind Cutie Amma, behind Imperia's team. I mean, that just goes to show how important eliminations
they were waiting
are.
for a slight update on the scoreboard at least, because just for the victory royale points alone, I think we're just waiting for a little bit of a catch-up circumstance here. But I think ultimately this is still a really good indicator for as to which teams were doing a really good job at trying to control their mid-game flow. And I don't think that there are any immediate surprises outside of the fact, I didn't see Nina and Vader up on that leaderboard. And again, you have to keep in mind, though, even during the open quals, Nina and Vader, they were a team where it was either a hit or a miss. But it felt like there was not really a whole lot of gray area in between for them. But with only 5 more lobbies left to work with, I definitely want to see them, kind of find their flow that we're essentially so familiar to seeing them have.
Well, it does sound like we have that second game ready for a load-in. Let's get dropping here, ladies. Drink some milk and get us into the gameplay.
Will do, Eve. Thank you so much. And yeah, Apples, I think keeping in mind like some of the leaderboard catch-up stuff after the fact, though, I did really like your shout on the fact that teams are seemingly much more reactive, just based off of this first lobby. And I think heading into lobby number 2 as well, formats like this where you have like the set lobby especially gives a really good opportunity to kind of challenge and really limit test how adaptive some of these ladies can really be.
And that's kind of what the first couple lobbies are starting to feel like. I feel like everyone does get their footing or doesn't get their footing by the end couple games. So these first couple games feeling a little bit more passive, feeling a little bit more reactionary. We may see a little bit more of a change, especially from Vader and Nina. I mean, while that scoreboard wasn't completely updated, we didn't see them at all on there, which just feels completely out of the blue, completely not what I was expecting. I don't know if you were expecting that, but I was not, from them being such a top team. But just like you said, they are either on or they're off. So maybe we'll see them get a little bit more aggressive this game, playing a little bit more differently. Vanessa, that team, they were able to make it to that end game by not really exposing them so much. They were kind of coming out of the woodwork and getting those eliminations that were needed to win. Moxie and Regs, I feel like we have to see a little bit more from them as well.
Yeah, Moxie and Regs, I think they're just at a relatively tough drop, because even though they get one of the best items for Zero builds, being that Mythic Hollow assault rifle, I think at the end of the day, they're still having to deal with so much traffic surrounding them. It's very easy to just become like the pinpointed target of the lobby. That definitely became their overall circumstance once we got to our moving zones, especially in that first lobby. But I really liked what Millie was doing alongside Vanessa. I felt like Millie was doing an excellent job at just preventing anybody from coming through on their flank. And that can be really difficult to control, especially when you're looking at such congested zones. But Vanessa, Millie already making their presence known against Morphlands and Toxic Blonde. Porta Bunker kind of split the difference directly down the center here, but it's Millie who's actually hurting a little bit too much here. She needs more shield. And so I like this pause in the aggression here out of Vanessa and Millie, but more importantly still, hanging out by Night Shift Forest. They don't necessarily have to worry about an immediate third-party circumstance.
Yeah, some really early aggressive for Morphlands and Toxic. I feel like this is a really good elimination for them if they're able to get this quite early. It's Millie and Vanessa out of the second game this early with no points. That's going to completely knock them down on the leaderboard. That is something that they may want to happen, but that's all if they're going to start getting a little bit more aggressive. It looks like Millie taking the brunt of the damage. Does have another hot pot to her advantage, though. Trying to throw as many shots as she can. Just making them a little bit scared to push up, scared to get aggressive. Vanessa just kind of taking another angle. I like this. She'll be able to see once they start to push up if they do move through this shrub. We'll have to check in with them a little bit later. That could be a sticky situation for Vanessa.
It's just the trees getting shot out towards the end of that dispute.
Yeah.
Makes me fairly concerned for Toxic Blonde and more plants in that situation. Bro, though, K-Moore Lila doing an excellent job. They've already got one knock, and K-Moore, she's gonna seal the deal for the full double elimination here onto Pi over by Foxy Floodgate. So POI control on lock. I would expect nothing less here. All right, K-Moore as she's been popping off lately, especially. I think what I've largely noticed is a lot of confidence that K-Moore's really walked away from the Milk Cup LAN event with. And I think that that's a big part of the reason why I get so excited to see the ladies competing in these kinds of events, because I do think that when you're seeing that level of elevated encouragement, women being more interested in trying to get involved with like the competitive scene as a whole, going out of their way to, you know, put on their own scrims, money out of their own pockets essentially to try and throw up their own prize pools as well. Like, it's awesome when you see the results. And I think K-Moores and Lila are for sure a couple of ladies who have just been trying to make leaps and bounds since then.
Yeah, that Milk Cup event was incredible to watch. I was watching it from across the country because fortunately could not go to San Diego, but it was amazing. Like the largest female LAN event I think ever happening, which was just incredible records being broken by the Milk Cup. You could see a little bit of a flash of the leaderboard pop up there. I do think that did say that Vanessa and Co are on the top of it. So we were a little bit confused a bit earlier, but they are still sticking at the top. Stony and Hannah there, though they are in a little bit of an interesting spot here. There are a couple teams that they could hear from the sides. It looks like Daya on the other end starting to get into a little bit of a fight. That's going to be a knockdown with Yaz. Now just trying to look for this other player. Midnight Noel going down, and now just trying to find the full elimination of the duo as Blasi trying to escape with her life here. Worth just playing as a solo if you can just get a couple points, but Daya is not the kind of player to kind of let them get away with this. They do have the high ground. Could just be able to just sit here, fortify themselves, wait for some other eliminations to come their way.
Yeah, Daya knows it's not necessarily worth the chase to get that second elimination onto Zay. She made it to the safety of the bridge, but then again, when you think about the fact that K-Mors and Lila are still hanging around Foxy Floodgate, high likelihoods that Zay is just going to find herself, you know, jumping from the frying pan straight into the fire, potentially, if she's not careful. So to keep eyes on that. Would be a tough couple of opening lobbies, though, for sure, for Zay and Midnight. They just keep seemingly getting cut off no matter which direction they try to rotate out of. It's part of the difficulties, though, that are entailed with dropping in some of these mid-map positions. But Daya and Yasmin, one thing's for sure, they definitely took notes of just how powerful elevation can be, and they're looking to lurk on this hill span outside of Foxy Floodgate for as long as possible. Even just going to go back towards the very peak, but I'm seeing a lot of conservative play surrounding these Void Oni masks. When you only have 15 charges to work with, you want to make sure that you're not forfeiting them in silly rotational manners, and this is a very familiar sight now. Somerset Kelsey finally looking to try and take over the mountain range. And this is part of the reason why we see Yaz and Daya not willing to rotate out just yet. They know that they've got to keep an eye out for Kelsey and Somerset. This is a very familiar play from these two.
Yeah, this is a very, I feel like, advantageous positioning for them. They know where Daya and Yaz are, saw their shots raining out. They're just able to keep a watchful eye on them, waiting for them. And you can also see there's another team on the other side. Like, they're starting to want to get active towards this house. Hannah and Stony on the other end here. The train starts falling away, but doesn't look like anyone's on it. This could get a little bit sticky here. Somerset finding one, and now a double. Two players in this house. Kelsey is the one to get down. Shots just trying to get rained down. Somerset not going to be able to escape through the window this time. Half down on Hannah. Does get knocked. Just has to find the other player. Stony now at half health.
Wow.
This window, and that's going to be the elimination. Incredible work from Somerset.
It's the help, though, from the hillside. And that might just be Daya and Yasmin through the window. Again, not intentionally trying to help out Somerset by any means, but it's the fact that Kelsey has already been fully eliminated. Somerset, sure, she's able to recover that reboot card, but now she has to even try and bail out of this position and head towards a reboot van in the first place. Void Oni Mask definitely going to help out with that. I like Somerset's initial approach as well. She's someone that grinds. She knows just how dangerous these buildings can be. You always check the rooftops first. There's always somebody lurking in the attic, and unfortunately for Kelsey, she just got cut off trying to make that approach from the stairs. Still, it is definitely a salvageable situation currently for Somerset.
Yeah, it's still early in that storm count that she could probably find a location where she can get that reboot and not have too many eyes look at her, but we'll have to see in a little bit. But Mar and Polar here on the edge of the storm. I think they may know of the team that's over here on this port. Just trying to stake out this location. Keeping this high ground is really advantageous for them as well. But there's another team as well to their left. Some shots starting to rain out, but just trying to put some pressure on them, not getting too active, just keeping aware of their situation as Styko and Ava are on the other end of this. They hear the jumps, they start to silence themselves. That warning marker goes down. Shotgun is out and ready to fire when they need to. I don't think that Ava and Styko are aware of their positioning as well.
No, Ava and Psycho, if they didn't know before, maybe they heard that bush grenade go off. Fanny just trying to give herself and Mar a little bit more coverage, and it's bush grenade versus bush grenade at this point. But the shockwave, it's going to reveal all here. Mar and Fanny, open season now onto Ava and Psycho. They are forced to disengage. A lot of action taking place between this little triangle positioning of the Dashy Dash, Salty Docks, and Kappa Kappa farm. And right now, Marv, Fanny, they're looking to just cut through the center of it. They're trying to find a more optimal position inside of the zone. But again, another bush grenade expended. Mar and Fanny fully aware of the fact that they've now got all eyes on them.
All eyes, and now two teams that know of their positioning. Just trying to eliminate one of them would be well worth their time. Does have to expend a lot of their health here and their shields. So many bush grenades going back and forth. Psycho and now Ava, now knowledgeable of their positioning, able to see this, just trying to keep themselves alive as well with the higher ground, but Nut and K here, 1G. Finally escaping from the storm, but still, I wouldn't count this as an escape here. There's so many teams right around them in their positioning. Any noise is going to tip them off and could set off a series of alarms. Not much shield to their advantage either. If the Oni mask, they are able to transport if they need to, and that looks like they're going to try and get into a little bit more of a high ground positioning here. Okay, on lower, able to be like, all right, there's some players down here. See if we can find someone to transport our way up, but the shots are raining down on them. It's going to get a little bit dicey.
Kira and Pixie, though, they've got that water sprite to depend on.
So cute.
So, the immediate 30 of whatever you need, whether it's white HP or shield, and then the 2 ticks after that. Always nice. It's just now water sprite going to be on cooldown for a bit longer. And Kiara, Pixie, they definitely know that they've got Kay and not hanging out behind them, but the Elemental Shrine, again, just the fact that this is indestructible, natural terrain, it is a good position to try and hold. The problem, they're eventually going to have to rotate off of this point of elevation, and they know that there are too many teams that are already inside of zone that are aware of the fact that they need a way in.
You never want to be the first people to rotate. You never want to be the last. You want to somehow get into the middle of that, and it looks like they are kind of all alone here on this high ground. Players are going to see them move in. This bush right on the other side with Agario and Crystal, that's going to be a huge contender for them to stop that rotation into that zone. Yaz and Dia here in their own bush of their own. Not really contended. Could know of a couple players on their side, knowing of a couple players hiding in these trees, but no, really near them. Kind of in a pretty safe spot where they could just shoot out some trees, shoot out some bushes, just to clear out some of their peace of mind for this location.
Now, one thing that I definitely remember, especially after doing the watch party with Oceantics, is that I didn't see nearly enough fishing for how powerful I feel like fishing currently is on this map. There has been a very distinct lack of it, at least from the perspectives that we've seen so far. And I almost wonder if there is going to be any kind of like pivoted focus towards that from some of these teams or ladies later on today. But I am still very much surprised at how little emphasis seems to be put onto what I feel like is one of the stronger aspects of Zero builds currently, and just competitive meta in general. But all that aside, Crocs and Glocks, sweet. They've got safety just inside edge of zone currently with their little porta bunker fortress that they've essentially set up. But this is the stage of the game, Apples, where every single bush I look at just gives me trust issues.
No, that's so real. And going off of your fishing point, I feel like a lot of players used to fish probably like back in Chapter 2, which feels like such a throwback now that we're in Chapter 6. Like that's what I would do. Like I would drop onto the map and I would start fishing, and we're like over by that wasn't when Luke Lake, but there was like a lake over by some POI in Chapter 2. But it was really popular to do that. You would just be able to get as many floppers as you could. You could get the shield fish, and yeah, I totally agree. But it could just come down to how are you going to incorporate that with your loot line. with your drop spot. Is there a spot where you can fish? Is there a fishing rod to your advantage? And it may just come down to RNG and that players don't want to really rely on that. I totally agree with you, but Cat and our dupe here kind of falling behind, but not in a bad way. Just able to let those players, Moxie and Reg, some pretty high power players, just slide on by, not getting too aggressive with them, just waiting for that rotate away so they can rotate safely on their own. All the way up in high ground already for themselves. I mean, they have the bunkers, but no need to throw them down just yet, as the zone is going to start pulling for them.
I believe I just caught a glimpse, though. Vader and Nina might be the ones who overtook Shogun's Arena. Moxie, Regs, they seem like they'd originally had intentions of trying to run it back on top of the Shogun's Arena, but losing control of that medallion, as well as just a lot of the goodies and rotational benefits that come with being on top of Shogun's Arena. Moxie, Regs, they're definitely trying to remain as concealed as possible from inside of their bush, just spraying out teams, trying to essentially bottleneck some of these later rotators. As Canary, frantic though, hanging out by Seaport City, but there are a lot of new tenants inside of Seaport City currently.
Yeah, a lot of condos up for sale, lots of bunkers if you're looking for something here. Are going to start getting overrun by some players that may not want near them. Here, I think that's is that the reboot ban? Yeah,
that sure is.
I thought that was. That's going to be incredibly interesting if a player is going to be able to reboot with all of these players all around them in this city. Oh, and if that was them, that's more plants out of it. Frantic and the Canary just getting active here with these shots. Nice getting landed, but that overshield crack's going to make Frantic fall a little bit farther down into this building. Trying to fortify back up.
I think that was K-Moore's with a successful reboot onto Layla. Just because of the fact that Layla has no shield, I have to assume she's the player that was sliding in off of that reboot. Curious where things went south for them, but sweet. Crocs and Glocks picked apart inside their own porta bunker by Panamint and Lena. So, question now is whether or not Panda and Lena can actually hold on to this position, because they have certainly got to be aware of the fact that there's so much foot traffic right now cutting through Seaport City, and you don't necessarily want to be caught on the low ground, but at the same time, all these buildings providing such strong natural coverage for these rotates.
Absolutely. Frantic and Canary just utilizing their high ground with this push. I mean, if you haven't got it, might as well just start throwing as many shots as you can in the distance. If you see them through this bush, just make them nervous, make them worried, make them not feel safe in their rotate, in their positioning. And that's how you're able to get that. But that retaliation is going to make them use a lot more of their shield that they may want here. Vanessa, Millie here on a little bit of a low ground spot, but they were able to utilize that pretty well in that end game. So I'm not looking at this as a question mark for them. A lot of their walls have been shot out. Trying to clear out where they can, figure out where their enemies could be close. Vanessa starting to just move around, get a little bit more mobile. Putting some space between her and the players. Space when they can have it, because that storm is about to start moving and get very small here.
Vanessa just doesn't really have enough ammo in that Hollow Twister, though, to be a significant threat. She can apply some damage, but she has to make sure that she is connecting with every single one of these shots, if not able to find a refresh soon enough. As this porta bunker currently getting sprayed out on its front-facing side. Vanessa, Millie, they know they've got to keep trying to move forward, but when there are so many teams cutting between them and the next edge of zone, they're having a really difficult time breaking through. Somerset Kelsey, meanwhile, Kelsey back into the action. Somerset trying to overtake this hill. She might have overshot just a little bit further than she was hoping for off that Void Oni. Porta bunker comes out. Female Clicks is going to get the better end of this exchange, and now it's all down to Kelsey and potentially a Typhoon Blade to try and cut the difference. But Somerset, she's been fully eliminated. Kelsey is now going to have to operate as a solo.
Yeah, in the middle of kind of a sticky situation. You can see Julia just on the other side of this portal wall, getting into another fight of her own. Yanni right there, that duo. This is something scary for Kelsey. Gonna shut the door. Don't want to mess with this if I don't have to. Just trying to sit here right at the edge. Could sit here and at least get a little bit more placement points than she could if she decides to get a little bit more aggressive. Not having that duo with you is so hard to get to that end zone. So just trying to fortify as much as you can at this point while you are sandwiched in the middle of something is such a hard spot.
Yeah, having a duo to the left of you, a duo to the right, especially when one of those duos is Yanni and CC Nugget, who I would wager have been on a pretty serious heater coming off of those open qual lobbies. But again, CC Nugget, Yanni, they know they've got to get inside the refuge of the zone itself. Porta bunker for the moment, but still a good amount of ground to cover, and teams that are already postured on top of the bridge. Porta bunkers in favorable positions. You get caught swimming for a moment, just waiting for that opportunity to get that Void Oni teleportation off. But again, these teams lurking inside of their porta bunkers already definitely have the advantage here and look to try and pick them apart.
Oh yeah, that wall is about to get knocked down. Tokyo on the other side, along with their duo. There's so many players right next to them, just sitting in their own bunker. It's like a little apartment outside of the seaport city. It's you know, it's sea viewing. It's right on the water. It's a little bit nicer, but still a little bit scarier when Regs runs right at you. That's a nice elimination. But where did Moxie go down? A nice refresh for them. Nice elimination. 2 into their ticket, but Kelsey, you can see she was able to run through that water, able to throw her bunker down, just sitting in that storm circle, just waiting for it to start moving again. Frantic Canary, able to find this high ground. Miss just the rummaging of all the players underneath them running. They're gonna have to start moving as the storm is gonna start making its way across this little divide that we have. Gonna have to set their sights, throw this Oni mask, and hope that it lands where they need to, and not in the middle of a battle. They're gonna get more than they asked for as they run right into another duo.
Yeah, the bush grenades are trying to flood inside the bottom of these porta bunkers, but Jordan, she's gonna get a piece out of one before she goes down. Canary forced to try and clutch up, and clutch she does. Tokyo, the next victim here, and friend, she's still alive. She's only been knocked. Canary's gonna find a successful revive in the heat of battle, and now this is back to being a duo operation. Water Sprite to help recuperate some of the damage that Fran took after that revive. Yanni, CC Nugget, though, breathing down their necks.
Yeah. They are in the storm, though. They're going to get stopped by that bunker wall. They're just going to have to start using their movement here. Down to 20. CC gets knocked. Yanni left here alone. He's going to have to just hold on to their duo. Hope that they can get these eliminations. Hope that they can stay alive. Nice elimination on Velstevia. They'll just have to start moving around, grab that high ground with this Oni mask, see if they could just stay here. And now that chaos is just erupting as everyone is just trying to get to the top of the building, top of the bunkers, top of this high ground. Daya and Yaz just trying to find someone, some shots to connect. Lily is going to go down with that. And you can still see 58 shield on her. Daya and Yaz trying to group up on this lower ground. Does get a little bit of a shield crack, but Nina is going to get a little bit of the better of them, down to 48 health.
Daya,
oh my gosh.
Best description is you just can't stop moving. Whenever the lobby starts to collapse on itself, it's going to be Vader, though, at the very bottom. Daya with a beautifully placed shockwave that's going to throw Vader entirely out of position. She's going to be forced to use that Vote Oni mask back in, just trying to get that invis off, but it's Yasmin and Daya locking down lobby number 2 here with the Victory Royale. Turns out even having control of that Shogun's Arena, Shogun's Medallion, still not enough, but a big bounce back here in lobby 2 as well for Vader and Nina. The fact that they came in second place, it's just Yasmin and Daya really had their work cut out for them in those final moments, Apples, and it is quite catastrophic for some of these other ladies, but for those two at least, they'll be happy to get those secured placement points.
Absolutely. And you know, that first game, you were like, all right, how are you feeling? How is the stress level here? How is it going for that end? And I cannot even imagine playing in that end circle. You just have to keep moving. That's exactly what you said. Have to keep moving, have to keep jumping up, have to keep using your movement. And when you run out of it, when you're at 10 health, there's not much you can do, especially if your duo is knocked. So congratulations to the winners of game 2. You did amazingly. You just kept moving. And that's kind of what you need to do when you're just going off of different terrain on that end zone.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing plenty of movement as far as these first 2 lobbies are concerned, but we've got plenty more action still to come of the Milk Cup winner split finals, so make sure to stay tuned because we'll be right back after this short break.
to kind of not really sum up what that game 2 was, because we went the distance, ladies. I was like, hey, yo, this is gonna be quick. We have players that are already being aggressive, they know what they want, and I even counted Yaz and Dea out on game 1, which I know a lot of you guys are sitting there in chat like, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, I know, guys, I know. This is why I'm hosting. So I'm actually gonna change it over to the professionals, which is Taco and Apples. Apples, what happened, right? What was the new adaptation that was brought into game number 2 for some of these squads?
Well, I feel like our end circle was a little bit more elevation differences. Like we were on Seaport City. We were moving around the mountains around Seaport City. We had a little bit of water in the end zone, so players weren't really sure how other players were going to be working with that. So we had a lot of women just like in that end storm zone. And also we had a lot of solos kind of acting their way through that top 30 at the end, just trying to make their way through some placement points, and all came down to just who was able to land their shots the quickest. And obviously that was Yaz and Daya in the end.
Yeah, Yaz and Daya, they honestly just crushed it. They happened to be one of the last teams that was kind of marking their way over the very peak of that final hill. And again, I think a lot of it just becomes so many ladies just become clearly frazzled, because it feels impossible to try and keep tabs on everyone's rotating methods, because you've got some ladies that are depending on, I would say most that are depending on the Void Oni mask. And so when you're watching these teleports go off, and then you're just seeing everybody kind of just look up, they're not even trying to get ahead, they're just looking up to buy themselves as much time as possible, almost like they're trying to kind of recreate what you would do with like a shockwave, for example, where you just shockwave yourself up in a final zone, hope for the best, you know, upon landing that you're able to get some siphon going. Because I have seen a couple of circumstances where we saw the 75 siphon tick over time really come into play and come up big for some of these ladies in those final moments.
Absolutely. And with that, Taco, you're talking about, all right, we're waiting on the perfect timing that we want, right? Most of these teams, they want a perfect rotation. They know exactly the spots that they want to hit on the map. But what happens when that doesn't go your way? And what have you seen teams do instead of sticking to the plan?
I think right now the primary reoccurring theme that I've seen to notice is that these ladies that are kind of just sitting in the attics of some of these buildings kind of scattered across the map that are really the thorn in the side right now of, I would say, a lot of the more fan favorite duos, that teams you wouldn't necessarily expect to be struggling, that are having issues because they're just getting caught off guard, simply put. And so you just check your bushes, check your attics, because there is nowhere safe whenever it comes to rotating in this zero builds competitive meta.
Which is exactly what happened with like Somerset and Kelsey. Like they were all right moving around the map. It was probably like the second zone, and they were coming into a building. They're like, okay, let's get this building. And you were talking about, all right, Somerset's going to be checking the attic here. She does. Kelsey gets down, and now Somerset has to put so much of her time into getting this reboot, which isn't really ideal if you want to keep climbing that leaderboard, getting the eliminations and making your way there. You kind of have to go off into a different tangent where you have to find a safe reboot van. You have to throw the bunker down next to the reboot so you're able to get your teammate back into the game, which, while that is really important, it's a lot easier to do that than it is to just win as a solo. So her having to do that is not the greatest.
And you can already tell, Eve, we appreciate you so much. We'll loop you back in right after the halfway point has concluded. But Apple is game number 3 currently underway here for the Milk Cup. Infinity Milk's Winter Split Finals. 50K prize pool on the line here. 15,500 for the team that manages to walk away in first place. A pretty split of money, if you ask me, Apples. And on top of that, it's just the title, the bragging rights behind it.
Absolutely. We see Daya and Yaz doing their same loot split as they have done in the Mass Meadows. Able to grab their shield just like they need. And Taco, I don't know about you, but I've been drinking my milk so much that I already need a refill. It's good. You're gonna need it if you're in battle.
I'm right there with you. I was just saying the same thing. I mean, the players aren't the only ones that want to be providing a break to. I definitely want another glass of chocolate milk stat. It's kind of incredible just how quickly you can work through a glass just like absentmindedly just sipping.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. It's just I do that with like every beverage that's like next to me, especially whenever it's like during broadcast stuff like that. If it's next to me, like I'm just gonna naturally be inclined to drink it. And when it's delicious chocolate milk, it makes it even the more tempting to do so. But back over at the Bird, Merry Mystic, not having a merry time right now. It's almost like the shockwave of shame at that point when you get knocked in the air. And there's not much Mystic can do. Sophie M, Maddie, and F. Been a relatively quiet day here for Maddie and Sophie Ann, too. A team where I think we definitely saw some real shining moments. And Maddie trying to recreate yet another one. Shadow Slayer doing what you can to escape. But it might not be enough. Maddie, Sophie Ann, they seem intent on finding the second elimination. They could even look to just hawk the reboot card if they want to.
They definitely can. I mean, that's worth it for them. Able to make another player play as a solo. Definitely not what you want. And another elimination is all worth it. Shadows. It looks like she was able to grab just a little bit more shield, trying to use this void mask to kind of get out of that situation. Looked like Maddie was going to commit to this, but after that hiding place here, don't really want to get third party. Don't really know who's around lurking those corners. Want to get that elimination done quickly. Speaking of done quickly, Female clicks with a nice one onto Ari, and I think that's a duo completely wiped for them. 2 eliminations to their name, and the storm is only just now starting to shrink. They do have a bit of a rotate that they'll have to do now on the north side of the island, but with a nice loot loadout they have right now, it's not going to be too hard. They just have to, you know, climb some mountains.
Yeah, but at the same time, Female clicks and Meg, they have definitely built up. I haven't really seen any circumstances. We've seen a couple of moments where the surge has like flashed across the screen, and we've seen teams that are like clearly well and above the surge threshold that they need. And so we haven't necessarily seen those storm surge ticks coming into play just yet. I think the lobbies are thinning out at a fast enough rate to where that's not necessarily something these ladies are going to have to worry about at the current pacing that things are moving. But I do like seeing the aggressive instances, though. Again, just highlighting Female clicks. She's got some really strong fighting capabilities. And I think her and Meg, they know that they can definitely look to control that northern side a little bit more heavily if they find those quick eliminations time and time again.
You always love it when players get a little bit more antsy, a little bit more aggressive towards the beginning of the game. And I feel like we're going to start seeing that a lot more now that we're almost in the second half of the game. Now at the 3rd out of 6, Eternity and Lena here. Acknowledged about another player on the other side of this bush. Nice shots going on to Ava and Psycho, but looks like they're trying to retreat just a little bit, or a bit more of an advantageous position. Looks like they moved bushes, and doesn't look like Eternity and Lena are aware of the fact. See another team kind of on the low ground just watching this happen. But looks like Psycho and Ava not deciding to get a little too aggressive, a little too afraid of what they could be hiding, lurking around that corner. A little bit more passive, just running away here.
I mean, in general, the southeast side of the map and the northeast side of the map, those two areas are fairly clustered as far as early game fights could possibly break out. And when you see like 3, 4, 5 teams kind of stacked on top of each other, you would almost expect that there would be a lot of heavy key action taking place one way or the other. But there has been a relatively passive split so far. And again, kind of like you just highlighted there, Apples, I'm almost curious to see myself if that's going to be something that kind of starts to shift. We start seeing more of that key heavy play style once these secondary half of the lobbies come into play, because I really do think that there is something about the halfway point. Teams get a good understanding of where they actually sit on that leaderboard, and then you've really got to make a decision. Do we you know, keep going. If it's working for us, sure. But if it's not, and you've got to revamp your strategy entirely, I do think getting aggressive early on could be a good place to start.
Absolutely. Nina and Vader here making their way through this circle in a nice part of the zone. I mean, kind of just making as much noise as they can, making themselves known, but no one really close to them to take advantage. You can see another player kind of sitting on the bridge, that duo, just making it known, making it aware that they know where they are, but not really getting aggressive. Still 86 players left in the lobby, 44 duos left to speak about, and it looks like they're going to be taking a nice seat on this monument. I mean, like you said, time and time again, it is indestructible. And no, they're just going to run straight by it. Nina and Vader actually don't need that. They're better.
Yeah, they're cutting a really fast path, and I think that it's because they want to try and set up for where Shogun's Arena could possibly surface. Sometimes you can get an idea of where the arena is going to spawn in just based on which direction the zones are pulling. So I think that they're just trying to ensure that they are in a position where they can make that journey faster than everybody else if it comes down to it, because they know already Moxie, Regs, a really strong duo to kind of go toe-to-toe with. And if you can avoid that fight by just beating to the top of that Shogun's Arena outright, it's going to save yourself a world of trouble later on. But Bonnie, Mar, caught in the mix currently. They can't necessarily overpeak onto Riprara and Donzi. They don't want to find themselves essentially throttled by a third party.
Yeah, they're kind of in a really interesting spot. I don't know if they know of Eternity and Mira right behind them. Excuse me, but that could change into such an interesting situation once that new storm zone starts pulling in. I mean, they're right on the edge of it. All three of those duos could start speaking and doing something crazy, but doing something not crazy, like you've highlighted time and time again, Somerset and Kelsey here, making it their own spot at the top of these mountains. No one really even on their mini-map. They are kind of alone over here by Warriors as the train starts to move on by, but still, they have a nice fortified high ground. I mean, the storm could pull in this direction if they're lucky. Could be able to get them some spots, some pop shots, but I'm sitting in a nice spot here. Not full on shield on either of them, but no half pots at their disposal. Trying to see if anyone else could be taking this monument, which is kind of an interesting look out for them. They could see another team in this bush that they're starting to throw a couple shots off. See if they could get maybe something above that damage threshold for this storm surge that could be happening here in just a couple seconds.
Yeah, that pressure not necessarily worth trying to immediately tackle just yet, but Somerset and Kelsey, I think part of their struggles here today is just the fact that everybody kind of saw what they were getting up to during those 2 play days of the open quals. And granted, even with it having taken place in like separate lobbies, now everybody's kind of in the mix of just being in one set finals lobby. The issue is that when your primary strategy, I think, has been revealed, it gives everyone else that opportunity to try and adapt and restructure to avoid some of the woes that Somerset and Kelsey were applying earlier on in the competition. And now it's going to come down to them, I think, needing to figure out a little bit of a re-strategization. And it's not going to be easy by any means, especially to come up with on the fly. But I do think that there is going to need to be a pivot at some point if they want to try and create some more successful opportunities here.
DC and Yanni about to get jumped by Moxie and Rags. You can see on the other side of the mountain. Not in the most good spot for themselves. I mean, they do have a bush to their disposal, but they have the high ground against them. Moxie and Rags just looking down, knowledge about their positioning and trying to see all the other players that are around them. Down to 53. Some nice shots lasered onto Rags. Gonna have to utilize one of their bunkers here, throw down one of their shields. You can see right on the other side of this wall, another player right next to them as I think they masked up to them. That's Yanni and CC Nugget. They're going to take the high ground right from them. And that was incredible from them. That is exactly what you need to do when you want to dethrone the queens of the lobby.
Yeah, Yanni and CC just kind of recognizing the fact that Moxie and Regs were under so much pressure. They might have even been close enough to hear that initial shield break as well onto Regs, and that is the primary reason why we see them looking to be so openly aggressive. On top of the fact that, again, coming out of those open quals, that has to have been a huge confidence booster for this duo, because Yanni and CC, they weren't necessarily a team that I think everybody had their eyes on for being like, oh yeah, these guys are going to be like, you know, dominating some of the lobbies that they're rolling through. But we saw those kinds of performances. We saw very clutch circumstances coming into play as well out of this duo. And I think most importantly of all, it has just built so much confidence in them.
Over to Canyon's Crossing. Looks like Boo Red and Ebath able to grab themselves an elimination and a bit of a refresh as this player looks like they try to drop down right on the edge of the storm. Lots of duos near them, but no one really exposing themselves too quickly. May have saw the fight break out over by that bunker. Now just trying to reposition themselves to some high ground, as it looks like we are going to get more of a mountain end zone. Now having this body bit to their advantage is going to be key. Going to be huge for them, and kind of make sure they know what's happening around them. Looking around, grabbing another one of these cute little buddies. I love these little shield guys. They're adorable. You can see, oh, already in the elimination feed, Panny and Female Dukes able to grab an elimination of themselves, and it's like a lot of teams starting to get a little bit more active. Looks like Boo Raid keeping some eyes on the top of this mountain. Sees that there's a duo here and they want to jump on them. Rin, ooh, does expose herself for a second. I don't know if they knew that they were up there. A nice bush comes down. It's gonna give them a little bit of cover as they're trying to recuperate some of their shield, but they are in kind of a dangerous spot as they're gonna start sliding down this mountain. Does get cracked down to 53, and looks like Lily is looking to grab herself an elimination onto these two.
Almost seems inevitable at this point. Full collapse now by Rin and Lily. They know that Beth has no shields. Brad also forced the Void Oni off, but right now, Queens of the Mountain range will remain in favor of Rin and Lily. They managed to defend their position. Those shots fired, though, having drawn in, might have just kicked the Hornet's Nest. They're not careful. Seems like another duo kind of looking to scrape their way up the mountain face, and Shadow Slayer seemingly leading the charge there. Lily, one more time, going to go on the defensive, force Shadow Slayer back down towards that lower elevation at the base of this mountain. But as far as Brett and Beth are concerned, I think the main reason I'm surprised that they even opted to travel that far up the mountain face, they saw that the Sprite Shrine had already been looted and claimed, essentially. So for them to still choose to keep charging forward, I think it's a bit surprising, just because they had to expect that there was going to be a team taking advantage of that prime positioning at the top of the mountain face once they saw that the shrine had already been looted out.
BC and Yanni here still able to hold on to this high ground. It seems like it's just a constant battle of the top of the mountains now that this zone is starting to move into that direction. Moxie and Regs, it seems like Regs has not been able to recuperate any of that health. They're just trying to sit into more of a passive approach. We are now entering almost into our 6th storm, and we still have 73 players left in the lobby. Really the most I've seen in a while so far. Wolverine Ibis here, right on the edge in these flower farms, able to grab just a little bit of loot. Looks like an earlier elimination for themselves. They do have 3 total. Make their way in through the storm, just running against the edge. Could be able to meet up with some duos that are right on the other side of this as well. Ibis does start to throw some shots down, trying to see, and does get a knock onto Ava. That's a huge knock. Just now had to find where that duo is. Where did she go?
It's a risky strategy, though, what Ivy and Breeze are opting for here. Sure, it leads them to an elimination onto Ava. Psycho nowhere in sight. Have to expect that Her duo already called out the fact that she's been compromised. But the reason why I call it risky for what Ivy and Breeze are doing is because they're aggressing teams that are already further ahead of them into the zone. And we saw that work against them in lobby number 1 against Holly, for example. Or excuse me, Haley. And the fact that, you know, you can shoot at the teams ahead of you, but eventually you got to make that rotation yourself.
Yeah.
And if you don't have like a Void Oni mask to depend on to make that rotation a little bit quicker, a little bit safer, I would even wager, you might just be ultimately compromising yourself in the process. So I've been seeing them lobby and lobby and lobby again, you know, just running it back with we're gonna trail from storm side, and then we're gonna break into the edge of zone, and we're gonna attack everybody that we see in our line of sight that happens to be in front of us. But again, the moment you send out those shots, there is always going to be somebody else watching. And I do have some concerns for them, but again, I definitely respect they've clearly got their strategy that they want to follow, and they're continuing to implement it time and time again.
Yeah, it just comes down to like, how are you able to hit those shots that you need to be able to get those eliminations once you do those rotates. And we'll just have to see if that does come to their advantage in the end. But Daya, Yaz, we are having a battle on the top of Shogun's arena. As you can see, Nina and Vader on the other end of it, on the other island. Not sure if you saw who had which battalion. Bit of an interesting situation up there for them, but Vanessa and Millie still going strong. 5 eliminations for them so far in total. Kind of pinch into the middle of a couple of situations, knowledge of a couple players just around them. No one getting too aggressive towards them just yet. Just throwing a couple of shots where they can and when they see some players. Frantic, that looks like, oh, that's Frantic and Canary on the other end in that high ground. And ooh, Canary getting beamed down to half health. Just gonna have to throw it down that water sprite to see what they can do for their health. Nessa and Millie, though, still holding strong at 200 for each of them, plus that overshield that you get with no builds. And trying to look for a rotation. Just going to start going now.
Gotta make sure to simultaneous rotate as well. You don't want to get separated. It is very easy to get split apart from your duo. The more congested the zone becomes. Game Wars, Layla, they opted to glide in and pay a small price for it, but more importantly still, Vanessa and Millie, they've still got 4 porta bunkers to their name. Air Sprite right next to Millie as well, but she's gonna opt to just use the Void Oni mask instead. And it's an outright battle here. Game Wars, Layla on the other end of this scope here is Millie, Vanessa. They successfully keep trying to charge in, but the same case scenario here for Moxie and Regs.
Looks like Regs finally able to do just a little bit more health regen for themselves, and a nice elimination for Regs as well. Now up to 7 for the duo, or 9 for the duo. Just 7 for Regs, going absolutely crazy, but still getting third-partied here. You see Fiona and Allie making their way in, stealing that refresh from them in that high ground as the bunker gets taken from them. Regs and Moxie just forced to recuperate here. Get a little bit more shield, heal back up just a bit more as they go back. Not quite to 200, but 150. It's just enough for now. You just want to make sure that you're staying alive and you're staying with your duo. And I mean, they do have this high ground. Looks like they're going to start getting a little bit more active as they do teleport back into their bunker, taking it back from them.
Thanks, though. The moment she looks back, Moxie lost her shield in the process. They still have those small shield pushes to depend on, and 3 med kits as well, but Moxie Regs, you can tell that they are itching for another top 3, if not a Victory Royale finish. Be surprised if they don't get at least 1 on the day in your face. Just a little bit west from their current position, but the line of porta bunkers that are beginning to assemble here, because keep in mind, we're about to hover over Masked Meadows. Nina and Vader are going to have some of the most primo scopage of the entire lobby. They are the ones currently in control of Shogun's arena. I'd imagine that they also have control of that Shogun's medallion on top of the Night Rose medallion. Double whammy for some of these ladies to deal with down below. And that mythic Void Oni mask as well with the 50 charges could pose a serious threat here. Because Vader, Nina, they're going to finally make their way off of the Shogun's arena. But right as I speak, Nina, Vader immediately picked apart. They became the lobby focus. No hopes for Nina to keep this one going. Fortunately for Vader, she still has the effects of that Shogun's medallion, but if anybody happens to catch that outline, she is toast with only 3 HP.
Totally unfortunate. I mean, all eyes were on them on that high ground, and with that medallion able to get a little bit more of a highlight, players were like, all right, that's an easy elimination. Let's get those 2 top contenders out of the way. And now we are just going into an all-out bunker brawl as Vona. Nice elimination onto Bees, and is going to get this res up on Ali in the heat of the battle. Once again, dropping a little bit of health, seeing if that could happen. Just a little bit there, almost there, and now all just down to the high ground. Are they going to be able to rotate in? Moxie and Regs kind of at the edge of the storm along with Frantic. Like Blonde and more plants. Ooh, a nice shot. That's K out of the lobby, sent back. And Moxie Regs getting a little bit more awkward here as this third party may start to happen as they start to get a little bit more aggressive. Kelsey gonna punk her down right next to them. They just start to see who is all around them. Storm is moving. Players are gonna have to start moving here as well.
Moxie and Regs are just so stuck, smothered by the rest of the lobby that's starting to pour in here. Frantic might have an opening opportunity, but instead, she's a lot more fixated on just getting a successful Void Oni teleport in the first place. Still has 1 porta bunker to work with. She's gonna opt to go way deep outside of the zone, considering that she knew the next one's gonna pull her way. But Fran, the moment she tries to apply some shots onto Somerset, immediately gets taken down for it, punished for revealing herself as a solo. Sophie Ann, Layla also gonna meet similar fates. 2 members from 2 separate duos, but fact of the matter is, we're gonna have a plethora of solos running around here, Apples.
Yeah. Still a duo here, Meg and Crash SC. That's Female Clicks. The shot's not going to connect. That's going to get it down. And now Female Clicks playing on her own is able to get a trade. More plants now down, beaming down into Kelsey. Somerset now playing as solo as well. Trying to get this movement ability with this sword. It's going to help just a little bit. A nice beam down. That's going to be another elimination onto J-Dog. Just trying to stay in the circle, in the storm. Somerset not going to connect. Female Clicks winning that fight for her and Megumi. And a nice victory royale for them.
Nah, Female Clicks earned the rights there for the emotes at the end. I'd be celebrating too because she just put on a clinic, stringing together a series of eliminations to close out this third lobby. That is the kind of momentum swing that I'm talking about when I'm thinking about some of these ladies that, you know, they might be more like the momentum-based players. You know, lobbies 1, 2, not necessarily going your way, but if you can have a halfway point closing like that for a victory royale, Female Clicks has got to be feeling herself after that one. I can't even blame her in the slightest, Apples. It has been incredible to witness some of the competition that's been taking place so far here today, but we'll have more thoughts. We'll also loop back in with Cute Noob right after the short break.
Welcome back, and we just finished game number 3 with female clicks using that void mask and the sentinel pump. Taco, that seems to be the combo wombo for success throughout these like really chaotic endings to each match. Why? What is it about it that makes it so good?
The Sentinel Pump is just the best shotgun in the game right now. I think it's undisputed at this point. We saw a couple of buffs even get applied to the Twin Fire as well as the Oni Pump very recently, and yet Sentinel Pump just continues to reign as number 1 for everyone as long as you can find one. I do think that there have been a handful of players that have resorted to a Twin Fire. I haven't seen anybody bust out the Oni Pump here today, but it's largely just a standard across the board. I think having the reliability of the damage behind it. Toxic Blonde here, one of our Twin Fire shotgun users, but again, it's not something that you would want to default to in comparison to the Sentinel Pump damage.
Yeah, every time I'm like finishing or looking at the last few circles of the map, I'm like, oh my gosh, there's so much shotgunning. It kind of throws me back to the days when like it was just pump shotgun after pump shotgun, and they were just pump shotgunning left and right. I'm like, oh gosh, with the person with ADHD, kind of overwhelms me a little bit. But the fact that these ladies could use it and do it so phenomenally to the T is great. But let's look at the leaderboard, right? Like what's happening on our leaderboard, who's moved up, who hasn't. Like, is there some names that you were like, okay, yeah, they need to be at the top? Or are you like, what's going on with this team that's not really working it out?
I think female clicks and L's in that last lobby even. Female clicks, she was looking swifty with the movement, and what the impressive part to me about it is that she was really utilizing the Typhoon Blade in such a strong manner, and that's not something that we've been seeing a whole lot out of. Traditionally, it's just been, do you have a Void Oni mask? If yes, then you can rotate. If not, good luck out there. Like, hope for the best, essentially. But female clicks, she really played that to her strong points, and I think when she has such an accurate lifestyle that she was living off of in those final closing moments, the Typhoon Blade, she wasn't even using, you know, the left click of the Typhoon Blade by any means. She was purely depending on that quick movement speed buff off of it, and then immediately pulling out the Sentinel Pump, immediately connecting with the shots, immediately making sure that she could close up with the Hollow Twister even after the fact. I mean, she only had 3 items in her loadout at the end of that lobby, and it was just siphon tick after siphon tick after siphon tick. She just could not have played that any better.
It just goes to show like how much mechanical ability she has as well, that she was able to just switch so quickly and grab like all of those last eliminations. Like she definitely hit a clip in that ending lobby, and it was an incredible win to watch. Like she deserved that, really. Like I didn't really even see that she like had the high ground or like had a positioning difference. Like she was just able to like, all right, this is a player that's now in my view. That was a solo. Nice elimination. All right, here's another one. Oh, that's also the last person. Nice victory out. That's the end. Like she felt like so laser locked focused just into winning the game, and it was incredible from her.
And we love to see it. And you know what else we love to do is we love to hear from the Milk CEO. They are just showcasing all of this amazing talent. So let's hear it from them.
This is Yin, CEO of Milk, total boss.
It's true.
Gamer or not, Yin and the team at Milk made a pledge to support women in sports.
And that includes esports too.
This year, her team decided to launch, drumroll,
Milk's Women's Fortnite tournament series to help level the playing field in esports. For women, tournament. But shockingly, that was already trademarked. So it's just called the Milk Cup. Tastes like victory and chocolate.
We hope that you have enjoyed that. I wanted to hear it. We didn't get a chance to hear that, but I'm sure that we'll get to hear it on the next go around. They were showcasing their chocolate milk. And I haven't got a chance to take another sip, so I'm just gonna awkwardly sit here and sip.
Yeah, I'm gonna act like my glass hasn't been decimated.
Oh no, you've been going
I had
ham
a
on
refill.
that.
I had to get a refill. Yeah.
Like I'm a big fan of the chocolate milk lifestyle. Okay, I take it seriously, especially on my milk cup days. You've got to lock in, and the milk cup just deserves a glass of chocolate milk. It's like two peas in a pod.
Yeah. You get all the minerals, you get all the energy, you get to focus, and you guys are doing so much focusing with the amount of final round or final circle fighting that's going on, which has led us to this leaderboard. Team Frantic being number one. I mean, Apples, are they playing like they're number one to you right now?
I feel like they have. I mean, I don't think we've had them get a victory royale just yet, but they've been the team that's kind of on like the low ground of the final circles. They've been kind of getting aggressive a little bit in those early fights, but trying to like play a little bit more closer to themselves, not kind of splitting off this duo. I mean, they've been playing pretty well, but not as well as they need to be to get to that victory royale. But obviously, it's not too bad. They have 163 points, 30 more than that top contender. I could completely be wrong if they have gotten that victory out already, but I'm pretty sure they haven't. I feel like it's been Vanessa and Millie, and then it was a female Clicks in the end of that last game. But they've been doing pretty well. They've been able to run in, grab those eliminations when they need to, and kind of just play by themselves and just kind of use their positioning to where they need to be.
I'm also just gonna like hijack this for a moment, Apples. I'm sorry, because like I love what you're like calling out, but at the very top of this broadcast, you know, you asked us who's gonna be like our dark horse teams you could expect, and I gave you a duo name. I said Yanni, I said CC Nuggets, and you know what I noticed? In second place, J-Dog and Tokyo, second place on the leaderboard. Jordan specifically, I think she has really been grinding a ton with her duo Tokyo, and so to see them that high up, when even after the open quals lobby, we were looking at them outside of our top 10. Granted, it wasn't by much. They were still in 12th place, but I think for them to be holding second on this leaderboard and this kind of set lobby with the caliber of competition that we have surrounding them, that is a very huge indicator to me that they hit the VOD reviews, they hit the scrim practice, they have made a really strong adjustment towards their overall strategy, and coming out of Twinkle Terrace uncontested, I think it's even more impressive because we've been seeing them essentially have to go cross-country for where a lot of these final zones are ending up, and for them to be traveling as much as they are while still making sure to maintain really strong positioning, really strong resources, and just good placements to stay in that top 3 of the leaderboard. Like this is a dark horse team that we're looking at.
Yeah, so the two top teams that we have right now, first and second, Canary and Frantic, they have not gotten a victory royale. They play second, third, and then 10th. Then Tokyo and J-Dogs, like you were saying, 4th, 13th, and 3rd. And then right behind them in 3rd is Vanessa and Millie, who were able to get that first win. I mean, it just kind of goes to show, yeah, a victory royale, that is the most points that you can get in a match. But like also 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, you're getting a ton of points just off of that as well. So if you're able to get those eliminations in other matches, maybe you have one game that you do go out maybe 20th or 13th, but you're still getting like 15 eliminations. That could just be the difference point. That could be the difference maker between either 4th or 5th place. Right behind a team, Vanessa and Millie, they won a game. They must be feeling going into this 4th game. It's the second half of the day. They have to do something to push themselves to that top spot, because obviously winning that first one is not going to cut it for the rest of them.
Right, and I think a lot of that overdrive, you've got to essentially kick it up a notch right now. I think this is really one of the more pivotal matches in a 6-game series, because you'll have a good idea of which end of the leaderboard you're a lot more likely to end up on after the conclusion of this 4th lobby. Like 3rd lobby, it gives you a good like breathing point, I think, marking the halfway segment, but A fourth lobby is where I think I tend to put a lot of focus into. And J-Dog and Tokyo, if I'm either of those two, I'm just looking for replication of success. Yasmin and Daya, though, really early issues. Daya having already been fully eliminated, so that is definitely going to put a bit of a halt towards their game plan, because now Yasmin, all of her emphasis is going to be on just a successful reboot van attempt.
Which we've seen before. We had to see Somerset and Kelsey do that during the second game. And while they were able to kind of get an ending zone, it wasn't quite what you want to do. This is not what you want to do when you're supposed to be doing your loot splits. You're supposed to get everything you need for the game. Maybe they had plans to finding the Shogun's arena, but now you have to completely pivot. You have to figure out, all right, how do I get my duo back in this game? That's exactly what Yaz is doing. Just keeping her eyes on Lily right in this building. I'm pretty sure Lily knows that someone has to be out there stalking. They just were in a battle. They were just in a fight. So just this contention, this tension right here in this POI as Rin is just on the other side, just going, la la la, it's time to loot. We're all good now. But no, Lily's like, all right, let's wait. I need to get the other player of this duo out of this lobby now.
What this really feels like, though, to see Daya down so early, it tells me that Lily and Rinny just likely had a better drop, found floor loot, and just beamed Daya out of the sky as she was flying in. Because Mass Meadows, I think it's very easy for both those teams to essentially split the POI and kind of just go their separate ways. Maybe they clash later on in the lobby. But if you just have an outright better drop and you touch down first and you happen to pick up the Hollow Twister, especially right now, yeah, it's pretty easy, I think, to cook somebody out of the sky with it. And Daya might just have found herself as a victim of that kind of a situation. But again, we'll just have to loop back in to see whether or not Yasmin ultimately ends up recovering their current fourth game lobby. In Your Face and Bex, far west of the map, hanging out by Sakura Stadium. And this is not exactly a position where they're going to see too much activity, just these outskirt positions. So I almost wonder if this has been part of the recipe of success, though, for J-Dog and Tokyo, because In Your Face and Bex, when they do move inwards, that is one of the teams that they are very likely to butt heads with.
And that could go down to In Your Face and Bex in their previous, I guess, what's it called? Like they're showing, yeah, they have 2 eliminations so far, but their first game, they went out 31st. Second game, 43rd. Last game, they had a little bit of a better one, going out 16th, and that little bit of a closer circle for them, but that just has to see, are they going to run into Tokyo? Are they going to see that top 3 team going at them, and how are they going to respond to that in a way that's positive, and maybe that they're going to be able to get a little bit of a better placement? I mean, it's just all down to who is going to act first, who's going to start getting aggressive. And Taco, do you think we're going to start getting a little bit more aggressive now that we're in the second half of these games now?
I think we're going to have to, especially for some of these ladies that are trying to really create more of a gap from the top end of the leaderboard. Because, again, everybody loves bragging rights being in first, but more importantly still, there are some pretty distinct prizing jumps that take place throughout the top 11 who are going to be in the money overall. So first through fifth specifically, I think is where you're going to see a lot of these ladies that are going to want to try every point counts kind of mentality. As Canary, Fran, they are applying so much pressure right now onto Leah and Julia. I don't blame Leah if she's a little bit sad about it right now, watching her duo just get beamed from the distance. Shockwave might buy her a little bit of time here, but with that Void Oni, it's only a matter of seconds here as they fully collapse now onto Julia. The first elimination of Lobby 4 here for Fran and Canary, and they're right back to Seaport City as if they never left.
It could definitely be a retakeable reboot card, but they're going to have to completely rotate around to find a van that isn't going to be camped by Frantic and Canary, as they do have Seaport City, that zone kind of going in the way of their favor as well. Vanessa, Millie, eyes on some players. It's Tokyo and J-Dogs on the other side. It's the top 3 teams over here. Keeping knowledge of this, trying to see if anyone's going to poke their head out, maybe get an easy elimination. Millie and Vanessa, I feel like they haven't been going too crazy in these games, not been getting too many eliminations as they need to. I mean, still into 3rd place with 1 victory royale under their belt. Not having to go too crazy, but they want to get to that top spot. They're going to have to, at some point, figure out that recipe for success.
Yeah, a big part of it as well for Vanessa and Millie is that during the open quals, they were initially just opting to make their rotates more aggressively towards like center map. Now they opt to just push north more often than not, coming out of Night Shift Forest. So they're heading over and over again towards that Twinkle Terrace. And again, the primary reason being they don't want to deal with Kelsey and Somerset, who like to sit on that mountain range just outside of Warrior's Watch, and the trickle-down effect, the impact that it's made. Kelsey, Somerset, I think that they've had some issues today in terms of before they were kind of bottlenecking a lot of the flow of the lobby from teams that were trying to kind of hit areas around that mountain range, and now all those teams, again, they saw, hey, we don't want to deal with this again after dealing with it during the open qual week, so we're just going to avoid it entirely. And for a team like Vanessa and Millie, that revamp strategy, one more time, it's the micro adjustments. You don't think that they will necessarily have as huge of an impact across the grand scheme of things, but it does bring other teams into play in manners that I think can be hard to anticipate.
Absolutely. Lily here up in the high ground. I think playing... Oh, nope, not playing a solo Rin. Just kind of on another part of this mountain, staying a little bit in low ground as they try to escape from the zone. Terrain going past them as another team is aware of their positioning. You can see that they're looking on over. That's Stony and Hannah right on the other edge. Kind of in a low ground spot, hiding in this bush. It's time to hide in some bush. Pop shots raining out, just making themselves known. Time to rotate around as the storm is about to start pulling in about a minute. Trying to get ahead of that. Trying to get ahead of the rotations, not wanting to get into any sticky situations that they can avoid here. Full eliminations coming through the feed. Now, still an 80 people left in the lobby. It is insane how many people are staying alive to these end zones. It is nothing like I've seen before. These women just have so much energy in themselves to keep going, just to stay alive. It is incredible to see. Especially since we saw in the last Victory Royale, for a female Clicks, we saw her get a Victory Royale as a solo when her teammate got down. Just incredible work from her. I don't think we've really seen a solo go that far so far other than her. So just sticking with her duo. Maybe it's not always needed.
Yeah, I think it's just being very tactful in terms of how you're actually managing to maintain movement. I think in a lot of those final zones is Elizabeth Bread undercoming a little bit of duress here. Just on the outskirts of Twinkle Terrace, so they might have a couple other teams that are essentially pushing in from that south side position, coming out again out of Night Shift Forest. I think a lot of teams are going to want to opt to rotate through Night Shift Forest just because there is so much natural tree coverage that provides a lot of safety. You could save a lot of your resources in terms of not having to use as many porta bunkers or even the shockwaves to get around. And then Lily, though, the fact that they've been kind of caught up for a moment at Foxy Floodgate, seeing several teams surrounding them as well. A big part of the reason why Rin tries to get up, drops off zipline a moment too soon, and maybe that might have been the intention. Decided, you know, up's not the way I want to go, at least not that direction. Just charge forward instead, bush checking as well. Always a necessity, I think, at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and need to make sure that your corners are checked, that checking every bush, checking every addict that you come across here, and Lily and Rin, it looks like they may end up getting into a little bit of a situation as some players are starting to move their way across the dam out of the zone. This is kind of an interesting spot. They're able to throw a couple shots onto Danny. No eliminations coming through, but that's still some damage that can make some players use their shields, get some of their health items back in check. But Snowy B and Tia getting into a little bit of a battle with another duo below them as this house becomes a point of contention. Could be cause of worry with so many duos that are around them as well. Doesn't look like they're going to start getting aggressive. They're just going to keep the high ground of this house, going to keep the top and start rotating away. That other duo has staked their claim. Not going to get too aggressive at this point. Not really needed, as just the danger of third partying is just all around the corner as the storm starts to zoom in to these players.
Yeah, but the bird to go, having not been claimed just yet. Meanwhile, relatively deep in the storm here, Lily's going to be able to bring back her duo Alarming Amber, although that audio cue has definitely caught a little bit of attention from elsewhere. At the moment, sure, you got your duo back, but a little bit scuffed as far as the loadout is concerned, as Tia trying to provide some backup onto her duo down below. Mar gonna fall looking for Patty, who's also trying to collapse on the situation. Patty doesn't have much HP to work with either, but Tia, all she needs is one good shot to connect. Ooh. And she finds it just in the nick of time as well. Bina nearly found herself fully eliminated. Instead, she will be successfully revived. And the water sprites, at least 2 to work with. So that's going to be more than enough here. Good refresh. That couldn't have come at a better time. 5 eliminations as well for this duo. So it's evident that they are certainly trying to scramble their way up the leaderboard.
Yeah, perfect timing for Tia, running in at the exact moment, getting that knockdown from the high ground as they were trying to finish off her duo. Just right in the nick of time, able to grab them right back up. And really good work from them. Sad girl Leah, Julia, able to kind of run away from that situation that we saw a little bit earlier. We saw them on the high ground at the beginning of this game, kind of getting into a bit of a battle, but able to recoup here just a bit. Not all the way up to full shield as they could be wanting here. The refresh could be in order, but they're just trying to stalk their way into this POI, into some of these trees, just to hide just a bit from some of the players that are going to start rotating on in from the zone. Could be something that they could want to kind of aggress here as players start to come in on the lower players on the lower side. Could be an easy elimination onto them, but still, that's just a whole other can of worms that they may not want to open. Tia and Snowy Brina looking to get another elimination duo onto their docket. That fortunate that Wall was able to hide away Hannah's frame for the time being. Nothing's going to connect just for now, but Tia is still hungry for something. That shield crack's going to be good. It's still not going to be a complete knock for her, as they are just trying to go into Lost Lake, trying to get some coverage from the walls as they did just before in this battle. Nothing's going to connect for them.
The problem right now, Stony and Hannah, they are so split from each other as a duo. I'd almost say it's surprising that Tia and Bina didn't actually opt to chase out either one of them even harder, because you could 100% key when a duo gets that separated from each other. Instead, they're just going to take that damage as is and keep things moving, but now they've got Millie and Alarming Amber that they might potentially have a good overhyped view of. And keep in mind, Billy, Amber, they don't necessarily have the greatest loot currently. They're definitely worse for wear, especially after having gone such a late reboot. So their only focus is probably just trying to find whatever loot they can scrap together. And there's not going to be a whole lot of it, considering the flow of a lot of these teams trying to utilize its natural forest surrounding magic mosses.
Yeah, natural forests and natural bushes, it seems like, as Regs and Moxie sit in one of their own. They threw down, trying to see if they can find any rotates in as the storm comes through. This big fight coming through. Bailey landing a nice shot. Alarming Amber throwing hers in as well. A knock comes through onto Snowy Bina. That's going to be an elimination, and I think that's the whole duo taken out for them. Nice refresh onto both of them. Now just got to heal up as they are now in the storm. They're going to have to rotate in just a little bit late than they probably want to. Do have a refresh on that Oni mask, so could be useful as a long-range throw in. No more health other than these water sprites. Just gonna have to see if they can search and find something on the way in, but they do have a very long rotate. As you can see, it's already off the mini-map. They're able to find a couple minis, but I don't know if that's going to be enough for them at the end of the battle, as some shots are already getting thrown at them. More plants kind of looking at them. Now Hannah on the other side. A nice crack onto the shield. Now down to 23. This duo is not going to catch a break for a second.
No, what looked like a promising refresh has now seemingly worked against them. That slight delay for getting their position into the next zone is really all it takes, because now everybody else in front of you, they are just turning back and completely spraying down everyone else that's a little bit late to the party here. Okay, Kiana though, good control of a nice bush, but every time you send shots out from your bush, you have to keep in mind there's other duos surrounding you that are definitely going to take note. 5 shockwave grenades though. Kiana, she's going to opt to just utilize the Void Oni instead. But shockwaves on one teammate, a Void Oni on the other. It could definitely split their rotates if they're not careful.
Ooh, now Doc down to low ground. Gonna have to utilize one of those shock rays just to go a little bit closer to her duo. Lena throwing a lot of shots over there along with Panda. Not gonna give them a second to breathe, not a second to think about what they can do. Lee's gonna maybe get some shield back up. That's something that they need here. As the storm just starts getting a little bit tighter around these teams, right on the edge of it. It's gonna be a little bit more dire of a situation once these players, Toxic Blonde and more plants right behind them. They're gonna have to scale up this side, utilize some of their bunkers a little bit more, just to grab just some high ground, just some hiding spots as Somerset and Kelsey just barely make it through. Toxic Blonde gonna get the brunt of the damage down, but the shield comes right back up. More plants and Toxic Blonde just trying to stay away from the fire, throwing back of their own back towards Somerset and Kelsey, making them use their shields here. Half Pot's now down, only down to minis, and that wall being broken is huge. Toxic Blonde gets knocked. Could be able to get a full elimination. They're just trying to beam some things into here, some shots just connecting, and that's a nice finish for Toxic Blonde. Their teammate now having to force play as a solo, because I'm doubting that they're going to be able to get a reboot with all these players around.
That was perfectly executed, though, by Somerset and Kelsey. They saw a duo that could potentially threaten their current bunker position. So what do? Somerset, she applies so much damage into that bunker wall while she knows that they've already gotten good shield breaks onto that enemy duo. So they're going to have to take a moment to pause, to heal. Somerset then, after applying enough bunker damage, she's like, all right, I'll utilize this opportunity to make sure that myself and my duo get back to full 100 shield as well. And then they just finished the job. That bunker wall was just so low already. It couldn't withstand that much pressure being applied. So it just a really strong play that definitely needed to happen. And Somerset and Kelsey, they definitely got their work cut out for them in this 4th lobby. But little steps to success. Mani now solo rockets her refuge. She will manage to travel just a little bit further out of the sights here of Moxie and Regs. But Moxie, she finds Kay. Kiana gonna follow suit. Just too aggressive with the rotate. Somerset, Kelsey though, they Void Oni directly into the line of sight here out of Moxie and Regs. They have to reload.
I think their bunker got stolen as well when they were just traveling just very close near. More plans does get a little bit closer than they would want. Somerset gets knocked. Sad Girl Leah also down. Moxie and Rex is kind of beaming this side of the storm, not letting anyone take a second to breathe. Leah getting it knocked all the way down. It looks like Somerset is going to be able to get revived. Perfect. So Kelsey does still have her duo in this lobby with her. But I don't know if Moxie and Rex are going to let them rotate in without having to answer to them. They do have a rotate of their own, though. Oni Mask with 6 charges left, 14 for Regs. Still going to be enough to make it to this end circle, but still, they have a lot of teams that they have to watch out for that are going to start rotating here in just a second.
Where Regs just threw out her Void Oni. Keep in mind, that's directly next to female Clicks and Els. They're going to get the Bush Grenade down as well as the Porta Bunker. But Moxie only has 2 shield potions. They are trying to reserve them for as long as possible, depending very heavily on their overshield recharge coming into play here. And that's a big part of the reason why they're opting to just play much more passive. They'll wait for the perfect opportunity to strike. They don't mind fighting just a couple moments longer here. They can hear all of the spraying going down around them, on top of the fact that the Void Oni teleportations coming into play as well.
Yeah, kind of in a very pinch spot from Moxie and Regs while they were just getting so aggressive. Just going to start being a little bit more passive, wait for players to start rotating around them. You can see Yanni and CC Nugget right at the edge. They have 2 players to answer for, and then right after that, you have Moxie and Regs. If you have to start rotating around, and they have to go all the way across all of these players to be able to make it to the safe zone. I don't know if they have a bunker left to be used, but they're going to have to use it once they get on over there. The Oni teleport's starting to fall through for all of these players. They're going to start rotating here pretty soon. Time is ticking, and it's time to start moving. Yanni and CC able to make it to another bunker on the edge, but I don't know if this is far enough. They're going to have to battle their way just straight through. Wait for some players to run past, maybe get a free elimination and maybe get a refresh here, but that's what they're waiting for.
You can see all the Void Onis, though, being tossed into the sky. Kelsey, perfect timing with that elimination onto Sophie-Ann. The Siphon gonna bring her back to at least 100 white HP. Her overshield recharge also coming into effect now. 3 eliminations, still just trying to see if she can connect another placement or 2. Recognizing the fact that Kat has got Yanni pincered, and instead, Kelsey, she's gonna take that as an opportunity to move, but she gets sprayed in the air. Ooh. The moment that she touched down, it's directly into the line of sight here behind Lena and Hanneman, but instead, Megumi, female Clicks, holding it down. Just playing it very smart positionally, and they're gonna charge forward now with the Void Oni and Shockwaves.
Yeah, a couple players getting left behind as that high ground is not gonna be what you need. Moving into this last one, Nina and Vader with a nice combo onto Moxie. That's gonna be a knockdown. Throwing down this water spray, just gonna get a second of a breathing moment. Some shield as they start to make their way through this battle. Throwing bunker down after bunker. Trying to get some walls in between them and some of their players. Megumi is trying to stay alive along with Trash Out here. Female Clicks made it right. Keeping it on the high ground. 2 players here still up at the top. And now Vader and Nina with some pretty good rotations now still on that low ground. Vader gonna rotate back up, but still nothing gonna connect. Just gonna try and see, hey, who is up here? Who can I get done? Clicks gonna get knocked down, and that's gonna be Vader and Nina getting this victory royale for this 4th game.
It was an incredibly risky strategy by Nina and Vader to commit to the low ground that early on, but the zone pull was brutal. The fact that we actually watched it go directly over water, it really forced Megumi and female Clicks into an awkward position, because you always want to try and control the high ground, but you can't afford to take that many storm ticks either, especially with no heals available. They try to just duke it out on the low ground. Also love seeing Cat Attack's name in the mix there. So she was definitely getting scrappy towards the end. A 3rd place finish, and not a terrible spot to be in, especially when you're thinking about the placement points and being able to overtake on the leaderboard itself.
Yeah, just like you said with Nina and Vader, that was a huge risk, but it completely paid off. Just a great idea from them. I mean, they could have been like, all right, well, we could just jump down here and maybe we will get 2nd place if the storm just start to move, because we could rotate back up, but at that point, the storm is just ticking so hard, but it worked out in their favor, and it did so well. I mean, female Click, she was trying her best, trying to throw the shots over just like she did on that last victory royale, but unfortunately, her teammate going down to fall damage was not in her cards, and she just got 2v1, and Vader and Nina were able to get the better of them.
Yeah, we'll just have to see how the shakedown of everything essentially starts to unfold. We've got games number 5 and 6 right around the corner, but make sure that you stay tuned, because we'll be right back after the short break.
Hello and welcome to the Milk Cup Winter Finals. It is Ivy along here with Best Taco and Apples. They have taken you through the journey, which has been 4 games. We're about to load into the 5th game. We're down to the wire, ladies. $50,000 on the line. And top 20 get a split of that, right? So what is it that these teams need to do if they are not already in the top 20 to adapt, adjust, and get into the numbers needed for a good prize pool? Apples.
So kind of what I've seen, like looking at the leaderboard and looking at the points, there have been some teams that haven't even gotten like a victory royale that just have like stayed alive in that top 10, have been getting eliminations, been contributing to the final circles getting smaller. They've been able to stick it into the top 10. So, I mean, they just kind of have to focus. These teams have to focus on, all right, maybe I'm not going to be able to get the victory royale, but I'm going to make it a lot harder for these top teams to try and get another one. So just being a nuisance, being something in the corner that you can't get rid of. Another team, maybe they're going and taking your high ground, just going really, really quickly into it, is exactly what they need to be doing here. They need to start getting nuisancing around these players, is what I would say.
I think for me, what I'm trying to keep an eye out for is if anyone's going to do something crazy, like completely pivot off the drop spot that they've been traditionally going for these lobbies so far and try and shake things up. Both if, you know, they haven't been having success where they've been landing on the day. All right, you try and mix it up. You try and see if you can form something out of nothing, right? Because at the end of the day, I think even though we know that like top 20's got the prizing, I'm really keeping my eyes catered a lot more towards that top 11 specifically, because that 11th place jumping up to that $900 threshold, that is a huge shift, I think, in prizing, and it only gets better from there.
Oh yeah, yep. The gap from 1st and 2nd place, and even just looking from 1st to 11th place, is big. But you can make it up if you can just drink your milk and get a victory royale. And that is exactly what these teams are looking to do as we go into game number 5. Ladies, yep, Apples, that's what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm gonna be doing while you guys narrate what goes down into this 5th match.
There's a team that I'm looking at that I feel like need to keep going on the path that they have been. Moxie and Regs, they placed 11th, 17th, 11th, and now 5th. They are making their way towards the top. They're making their way towards that end circle moment. They have 28 eliminations. They're tied with Nina and Vader with eliminations. They just have to keep pushing themselves. I mean, there's still 6th place right here, but if they crack that top 5th and top 5 teams there, that's going to be pushing someone out of that big money, and that's pushing themselves back in. And I feel like Moxie and Regs can take it into it.
I just think it's so absurd to me that even with eliminations only being worth 1 point apiece, just seeing the bulk of the elims so far just continue to remain with a lot of these familiar powerhouse teams. That is just such an incredible accomplishment in my eyes, Apples, because it just shows that there's definitely consistency, even if it's not necessarily in the placements. It's like you can always depend on these ladies to be some serious fraggers.
Absolutely. And that may come down to just, all right, I got 2 more eliminations than that team. That's why I'm in 2nd place and they're in 3rd. Like Vanessa and Millie, J-Dogs and Tokyo, right now separated by 1 point on the leaderboard. Vanessa and Millie, they won a game. J-Dogs and Tokyo, they have not been able to win a game yet, but they are still right on each other's necks for 2nd and 3rd, making their way up to 1st. And Nina and Vader, they have a lot of people breathing down their neck going into this 5th game to see if they could dethrone them. And I feel like it's just going to be one top team getting eliminated out early that could just change the entire set list here.
You know, it is funny though in a sense, because keep in mind, Nina, Vader, when it was trios competition for the Milk Cup, and I'm thinking back to the LA LAN specifically, they came in 2nd place as part of that trio. Vanessa was also involved with that scoring, but now we're seeing Vanessa still holding it down technically in 2nd with Millie. Hold that thought though, because Rennie absolutely shredded upon landing. Daya hoping that she can turn this 50-50 back into her favor. But with the positional bailout that we just witnessed, it looks like Daya is going to have the opportunity to go for the full revive now onto Yasmin. So this skirmish here at Mass Meadows has never been more direct than this lobby.
Ooh, Lily coming around the corner, and that's going to be the elimination. That's going to be the duo out, and that's all of Mass Meadows. To Daya and Yaz, not even going to have to reboot here. And I think that's what happened during last game when we kind of popped in, saw that Yaz got down, and Daya was playing as a solo. And good for them, able to get the better of the duo this time, and able to just kind of loot up, just go on their own path, just like that. And the other team kind of getting a little bit more aggressive than they really needed to that early. Could have just kind of sat back, gotten a little bit more passive there, been just kind of looting up like we saw in the first 3 games, but just goes to show just how neck and neck these last couple games are going to go. People are going to be taking as many instances as they think that they have to be able to get the better of another team.
I think Yasmin and Daya, as well as Lily and Rini, both of those teams kind of just recognize the fact that, hey, half of this POI's loot just isn't going to cut it in terms of us having the ability to really threaten that top 5 leaderboard, because both these teams have been outside of it. Fanny and Mar continuing to just stay under fire here, dashing around these bunkers, but it's going to be Mar trying to hold it down still for Fanny. The reload just too powerful. Selena will be eliminated. Fanny and Itzmar successfully defend their position, but it does come at a bit of a cost here in my eyes, Apples, because that fight left them relatively scuffed, and it's going to be a bit of a recovery tour to get back on track.
I'm liking this aggression that we're starting to see, Taco. We're starting to see these contention points getting a lot more aggressive. Just like I said, they're starting to be like, all right, it's last game. Let's get it going. Let's finish this out. 93 players left. 47 duos still in the game. And I mean, while that was just 2 starting fights, I feel like we have a lot more to come if that's just how the vibes are going to be setting just now. Bina and Tiakor, we saw them get really aggressive last game. They just started beaming through, grabbing that high ground once were done looting this area, this bamboo maze. And they do have a couple duos to their advantage. Not too close, but they just got to be wary. They got to be safe. Figure out exactly, all right, maybe we shouldn't go for them because maybe they were able to loot this area, grab this shotgun, and they probably have a bit more than what we have in store. However, Tiakor, they did look like they were pretty well off on their loot situation at this point.
That's not necessarily the team I would have expected, though, to be at Spiral Shoots at that point. But, hey, again, I think it is just attesting to the fact that, you know, some of these ladies, they know we're in the penultimate match, right? You've only got 1 lobby left to work with after Game 5. So you really got to make every moment count here. And again, part of that recipe for success could definitely just boil down to let's just tackle a new strategy altogether. Let's just drop somewhere else, drop somewhere new, see if we can come up better for it. But Yasmin, Daya, they want to stick to what's tried and true. And again, Mass Meadows, having taken full control so early on as well, they're actually just trying to get good angles. Looking into Spiral Shoots, definitely aware of the fact that there's got to be at least a team or 2 kind of hanging around.
What it looks like. It looks like they want to take control of this ground. That's what they did last game. That's what they've done a couple games before. And now that the zone is kind of letting them do it at this point, kind of positioned in more of a southern area, they could decide they want to make their way. And right on the edge, they can make this place their home if they'd like. Not too contested, just 1 other duo on the side. And it looks like another duo kind of a little bit farther across the street. Everyone just taking their time, making sure that they know exactly what they need to be doing here. Loaded up on loot. Not going to be needing to use the Animask just yet, but actually, whoa, I almost got proven wrong actively.
opposite of the best of us, but more so, I'm keeping tabs. You called out that team that's kind of hanging just a little bit outside of Mass Meadows, and again, just a lot of bush camping. And I'm not calling it as like a bad thing either. Like, this is a very legitimate strategy, especially in zeros. But the mayhem that unfolds when you're just watching these teams try to collapse on each other inside of the bushes, those are barely managing to scrape out with their last little tidbits of HP here, 8. And now she'll have the shield potion, time to expend, but Fred, having been knocked, this could be a prime opportunity if there's any other duos in the area that might have overheard the action taking place, and that seems to be the case here because Kiriyama, Snowy, they look like they want a piece of the pie out of this one. They're just trying to truly gauge which direction those duos simmered out to, but even with this advantageous positioning, finally, Kiriyama's gonna get tabs on top of Elizabeth, back down to 8 HP again, it seems like, but Fred fully eliminated here. And Snowy also looking to cut off this exit point. Just no HP to work with.
Just getting bullied here at Canyon Crossing. Just unfortunate going out this early in the 5th game where you're just trying to load up as many points as you can. Looks like able to escape for now. Snowy and Cutie Cane, Ema. Just trying to hide away. Trying to make themselves known at least so they have a little bit more control of this POI, not wanting to have to share it with someone. Making their way across the canyon and just not going to play that angle right now.
And again, part of that really just comes down to pure circumstance of if you're going to go for these aggressive fights early on, I love it, I respect it, I always want to see more of it, but you got to be sure that you can actually have a quick time to elimination, because if you don't, if there's any hiccups in your play, again, you are basically just begging for a third party to intervene, and that was definitely the case there. But as far as Kiriyama is concerned, probably more than happy to walk away with those double eliminations. Teams continue try and posture inside of these bushes, trying to utilize every tricky angle they can think of to their advantage.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen more teams camping in bushes than I have in this tournament. And I feel like it's just the meta now for no build. It's either this or you're using your bunkers for the end fights. You want to save those for something where you know that you won't be moving too quickly away from, or that you could hide on high ground or throw something over the water. Now.
Oh. That's not what I was expecting to happen next. I was waiting for those Void Onis, because it's ever since the nerf of the Void Oni, the distance got cut a little bit. Like, it doesn't go as far, but more importantly, it doesn't travel as fast either. It is so much more distinctly telegraphed to everyone else, and when you're thinking about like the clutter that's been happening in like the final zones, it's not as big of a deal inside those moving zones, right? Because everybody's just trying to scramble to figure out a way to stay alive as long as possible. But at this stage in the mid game, it is much more difficult, I think, to successfully get off a Void Oni without taking some damage in the process, if there are any teams or even an individual nearby, because it is just so blatantly obvious where you're trying to go next.
Yeah, it does send like a void across the land, and when you're just one duo fighting against another duo, that just signals exactly what you're doing to them. Does give them a bit of an advantage, could let them kind of, all right, they're going to be positioned here, let's figure out how we're going to fight against them just right quick. But yeah, just like you said, in the end games, does it really matter too much when everyone is doing it? You can't really track one person at a time. Everyone's just kind of all on top of each other at that point. This team, we haven't heard too much from them, Crystal and Ariato. Now, not too many eliminations to their name for this event just yet, but kind of posturing themselves at a good location. Tiacore and Snowy Bina doing exactly what I was expecting them to do, which is get active, get aggressive. 2 eliminations. One duo wiped out for them, and it looks like there's more players hot on their tail as they are kind of rotating with the dead zone here. Haley right above, right around this rock from them. They know exactly where they're at. There is a void right next to them. Could be a quick teleport. Yeah, teleport. That signals to them moving on over, able to track them over as well. Kind of running around in this zone, trying to see who can hit their shots the quickest. Bina with a nice throwdown of that bush. And at least give herself just some hiding, some spot here with the water sprite just to heal up just a bit more before she gets a little bit more active with her teammates. Meeting back up with Tia on this mountain.
Yeah, it's just the Typhoon Blade difference right now. Miss Mary still gonna be trapped, stuck as she watches not only her duo get eliminated in the process, but Ina and Tia will successfully manage to scramble into the edge of zone here. I wanna loop back though to Ari and Shy Crystal. I just caught a quick little look in, and I think part of the reason why we haven't seen necessarily their name highlighting the leaderboards or anything like that is just thinking about their initial drop. They are so far north of the map, but basically ultimate north from where Demon's Dojo is essentially, and it's not a landmark position, it's not a POI. It's just an area that I think is very prone to getting blasted by everyone else that's surrounding you. But this is still a great experience, I think, because Ari and Crystal are definitely two ladies that I've seen pop up time and time again. I know I'm kind of brushing over the fact that Daya and Yasmin are just, you know, destroying players right in front of us, but I feel like we've witnessed this so many times today. At this point, it's to be expected, and that's why I'm trying to touch base more so on the fact that there are a lot of these ladies in this competition that I think every single tournament that they're involved in, you can just tell that little bit of experience, that little bit of build-up, it goes a long way. And I love the fact that the Milk Cup is helping essentially shape these women in that competitive nature.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Last year we had the Frenzy Milk Cup, Fall Frenzy. A lot of these players are playing in that as well. That was more of a smaller tournament, I would say, in comparison to this one that we have right now, $50,000 on the line, but still seeing the difference in play style, in confidence, like we highlighted a little bit earlier today, like you were saying, K-Morris has so much confidence now. Obviously still from that Milk Frenzy, but also from playing on LAN. Like the Milk Cup is doing incredible things for women's esports, and I just cannot wait to see where they go from here, because they have already broken so many records, done so many things, and just fueled so many women with milk, you know?
Yeah, for sure. One team, though, that has been kind of quiet today, that I'm a little bit surprised has had such a quiet day, Emperor and Bella. I mean, being uncontested, coming out of Pump Power, we saw them have relatively strong success, I think, in the open qual lobbies, but sitting in right around 19, so they're still inside of that top 20, but they haven't really had that, like, pop-off game. And for this duo, I do think, I always love to make shouts to Emperor, because she does a lot in terms of helping coordinate scrims and third-party opportunities, I think, for a lot of these ladies in the women's Fortnite competitive scene. But I'm also just more accustomed to just seeing them have at least that, like, one really strong pop-off lobby, like, we are going to make our presence known with a dominant, like, you know, top 5, top 3, if not a win performance, right? And the fact that that hasn't happened here today, I think just goes to show that even some of the, you know, traditionally strong and well-known players, anyone and everyone can suffer and struggle inside of this current zero builds competitive meta. This is a really, really tough meta. And to see Nina and Vader, for example, continuing to control Shogun's arena, that is monumental in my eyes, because we saw one game just about of Moxie and Regs managing to make their way up, and everything after that, it's just felt like the Nina Vader show on top of this island.
And not to touch base on another team, we've talked about Daya and Yaz a lot, but like this lobby, they have been absolutely shredding every time that we switched over to their POVs, but they had one victory royale. In other games, they've gone down 19th, 47th, 45th, but it seems like it's either on or off for them, just like we've seen with Vader and Nina. I mean, they've been able to get the Shogun's Arena this time, but are they going to be able to translate that to the end zone, to the end fights? Are they going to be able to hit their shots like female clicks have been able to? It's just gonna come down to that. Moxie and Regs now kind of on a lower ground. We'll have to see how they're gonna fare. We've been expecting a lot from them. And Bella and Imperia kind of getting stuck into a situation here that they're not quite ready for. You gotta check those bushes, guys. Gotta check them.
It's crazy. That was more like unfortunate timing though, because Emperor and Bella had just used those Void Oni masks. They had no way to even double check for Smiley inside that bush because they were just getting sprayed from a completely different direction. A team coming off from their far east, and at that stage, there's nothing else to do. I would have panicked, I think, a little bit more heavily than what those two did. Definitely impressed by the way they were able to leave that position with minimal damages in comparison to what could have taken place, but looping back in now with CC Nugget and Yanni. This has also been a really tough rotate. We're now looking at 2 tick storms. Water Sprite's going to be forced to come out, but that's all that CC Nugget can afford is one toss out. Fortunately, she will just barely manage to make it into this next edge of zone, but they need to find white HP from somewhere, and this could be a elimination siphon opportunity. But Emperor, Bellakuma bound to sniff out this duo that's a little bit hurt right next to them.
That would be huge for them too. Not many eliminations to their name, and something just to lift them up. Be like, all right, we got that one. Let's make our way. Let's keep on going into the zone. Let's grab our bunker. Let's get it to the edge and make sure that we can stay alive just a little bit longer. As so far, we have seen a new team every single game get a victory royale. So looking for a new one this game as well. Anyone's game. It's anyone's game this time.
Okay, Kiana, though. It's gonna be tough to make this one their game. The whole lobby staring them down. This is unfair. Okay? Okay, Kiana deserved better. Love that aggression, though, out of K. In your face, immediately sat down for attempting to close in. Okay, at least gonna be able to get this revive. She might commit and just full stick. Sure enough, Kiana back in action. The problem now, though, how do they move forward from here? Another Portaburger gonna come out, but just to their west, Sophianne, Maddie, Lena, Pandemit directly in front. In case they break past that barricade. By the way, it's still J-Dog on the other side of it, and Sophianne one more time. Gonna knock Kiana yet again. Okay, unfortunately, just a victim right now.
Yeah, great beams from Sophianne. Maddie is going to show, all right, we are on this edge of the storm. You cannot pass. We are going to be here. We're going to start and make your life not having a great time. Our Duke trying to come in and grab an elimination for themselves with that void teleport, but not going to connect for Sophianne. Just kind of, oh, that's another team that's going to knock that down. Actually, that's Tokyo from the side, it looks like. This is just third party. After third party, Cat just left alone in their bunker. I feel like Sophianne has to know that they're on that side, but you know what? Now's not the time to get a little bit antsy. You got to get into that zone as everyone's going to start rotating in. Bush comes down, and now they're going to try and start beaming as they are in the zone. The bunker comes through. Now they're just going to have to fortify here as other players are going to start rotating in. No one's coming too close except for CC Nugget right on the other side. Yanni gets knocked down, CC Nugget as well, and Maddie's gonna have to just stay here and wait for this revive, but perfect teamwork from Sophie.
Really well played by Sophianne and Maddie. Walk away from that one. Granted, it does come at a slight cost. That is gonna delay their overall rotational capabilities. They're gonna have to spend time now healing. Meanwhile, deep inside of Foxy Floodgate. Regs, Moxie, this is the fighting power that we've been anticipating. 2 eliminations to work with. They hear Tokyo get eliminated just outside their bunker door, but they're looking over top. They've scouted out. It's Maddie and F and Sophie Ann with a slightly leveraged height position over them. And now Moxie still scrambling, checking which door she go back and forth with. Regs placing the Void Oni inside the base just in case she needed to use it as a recovery point. So the loot has been collected. Now this duo stave off of this current position and look for the next prime opportunity. Gotta make sure though that they don't become a focal point of the lobby. Instead, we just witnessed what can happen to a duo in a matter of seconds. Kay and Kiana.
Yeah, kind of split open end zone right here. Lots of players, lots of teams up high and down low. Gonna have to start moving here pretty quickly. These Void Oni masks always in play, but they're coming in play for another time here. Vanessa and Millie making their way down. Bunker is here, but they're still in the middle of a situation. Gonna get jumped by another duo right on top of their bunker. Throw a bush down. Make sure that you are okay. Trying to get some shield before they start to get into another battle. Trying to check their corners, make sure that they're safe, but they are not going to be safe unless they eliminate someone that's in their pathway into the next zone.
Quite literally layers to these bunkers at this point.
Ooh.
But Vanessa and Millie, not even gonna worry about it. Guess who's right above them though? Canary and Fran. Granted, Frantic's gonna move off of this position. She recognizes the fact they've got to find better grounds closer to the next zone. They want to make sure they're getting front side before everybody else even. Fran, Canary just continuing to scope out. And sure enough, they look to be from the first duos moving in, but Millie, Vanessa, they could pay the price. Tyre's gonna bounce Frantic back, but not enough to punish her just yet. Still no shield. Fran's gonna have to depend very heavily on just not getting scattered out and keep who's got front side of zone now. It's Vader and Nina, and they are absolutely spraying back into the rest of the lobby. Finally, Regs, Moxie, a moment to breathe, but a moment too soon, possibly. They're directly underneath the porta bunker of Nina and Vader.
Yeah, this is kind of a harsh spot to be in for themselves, but they want to be able to rotate in with the least amount of aggression. If it's anyone that's aggressive in these final battles, it's going to be Vader and Nina. Frantic and Canary right on the other side of Vanessa and Millie. The fight does finally come to a head. Vanessa getting knocked down. So does Millie. That's a duo out of it. Frantic and Canary just trying to find their footing around this bunker. They have to keep moving as the storm keeps going. The surge is here. Down to 53. Frantic all alone. Canary has to find if she's able to get any more eliminations. It's Toxic Blonde and more Plant. I think this is the first time that we've seen them this close in an ending circle. Now in the middle of the zone. Nice kill onto Croc here. Elimination. Now following into the fire and the flames as these Void Omis are just going to be it. Regs and Moxie, the last two players here. One more player left. It's just down to Nina.
Hold on. Canary still scrambling around as a solo, though, from what I just witnessed. Moxie, Regs, they are definitely hurt, but they are definitely still kicking. Nina, Vader especially so stealthy, but it's not stealthy enough. Still gets the knock onto Moxie. Needed that siphon to come through, but without the full elimination, it's all down to Nina, and she clutches up just when you needed it most. Vader's sacrifice was not in vain. A lot of damage being applied from inside of that stealth mode from the Shogun's medallion, but they continue to reign over Shogun's arena, and it's paying off dividends. A victory royale being collected yet again for Nina and Vader. They were already our first place team on the leaderboard, Apples, and now this is where the gapping might start to occur.
Yeah, absolutely. They were already so far ahead of so many players at the top of the leaderboard. It's going to just keep on going up unless someone decides, all right, this time they're not going to get Shogun's Arena. So the next game is going to be absolutely stacked. I don't even know what to expect from it right now.
I think if anything, though, Nina, Vader, I was hoping that we would see some consistency because we've seen a lot of hit or miss during the open quals, but it seems like they've really settled in here for our final set lobby. The Milk Cup Winter Split action is going to all boil down to this final lobby, though, Apples. And so make sure you guys back at home grab your glasses of chocolate milk and really strap in because it's going to be a crazy final lobby here. So stay tuned. We'll be back after the short break.
hope that your glasses have been refilled because we are going down to the final drop. The bus has taken 5 different stops and it's ready to make its final stop with this last 6 match. Taco, last one, we had a repeat winner. The first time in today that we have had the same squad win it, and that was Vader and Nina. What are your thoughts on that?
I think the mental diff could potentially come into play now because some of these ladies, if they're keeping tabs on the leaderboard like we are, which I'm certain they are, Eve, you've got to be looking at the distance that Nina and Vader have essentially created and adding another Victory Royale on top of another boon of eliminations. It is going to impact things pretty heavily, but Fran and Kanari, they're definitely still in the fight. Don't get me wrong, even got a couple of really nice highlights out of them towards the end there. I mean, we're looking at what, 264 points for first versus 225 in second, and second's not even safe from third either. Things could still come down to the wire.
Yeah, we definitely have upset potential going into this last game when players start to being like, all right, you know, these players have been dropping here this entire time. We need to get them out of the lobby so I have a chance of winning this next game. I mean, we may see something happen like that. We saw a lot of off-spawn battles happening last game as well, just kind of going a lot more aggressive. Daya and Yaz not being the victims of that. They were able to better themselves, but this last game, I feel like is going to go a lot quicker because everyone's going to start getting a lot more aggressive, trying to get those elimination points, because that will just push you above the edge, above 12th place, into the top 11. Like, you just keep hammering in, Talker. Like, that is where the money is.
Yeah, because granted, we know up to 20th place, like 16th through 20th, for example, you're looking at $400, so that's $200 each, right? But 11th place, you jump up to $900. And it is, you know, it's a couple $100 extra. Everybody's probably going to be feeling nice, even if they get into that top 20 of the leaderboard. But I am a big fan of, you know, the more the merrier, especially when it comes to the Christmas season, right? So
Yes.
That is so true, but it's also the honor, right? Gun and Milk puts together these tournaments so that we can showcase all the amazing talent that these players have. And you want to be in the top, hey, you want to be first, but you also want to be in the top 10 so that you can not only get the cash, but also be like, hey, I was top 10 in the winter split and I got some really nice cash. And that's exactly what we're going to see. How are these players going to secure their spot in the top 8?
You're gonna have to start getting aggressive. I mean, a lot of teams are just separated by points, and that comes down to eliminations. I mean, if you're able to stick into that top 10, you do get a lot of placement points, but just so much more if you get that Victory Royale. It is just evident in how Nina and Vader are sitting at right now with 2 wins, 36 eliminations in total. Frantic right behind them, no wins, but with 33 eliminations, their placement's just sitting outside of the top 5 and just almost to that top Victory Royale in that second place. And just some of them, it just comes down to who is going to be the better of it, who is going to grab that shotgun first and get that elimination off spawn, just so you can't mess with me over here.
well, you're looking at some of the craziness begin to unfold here. Shadow Slayer, Yasmin, Daya, they seem as if they're going to touch foot first. Sure enough, immediately into the Sentinel Palm. That's a nice spot to be. Yasmin, Shadow Slayer, trying to juke for her life, quite literally. Fortunately for her, Yasmin picked up that Fury Assault Rifle, not the Twin Hollow. Oni pumped to follow suit. So Shadow Slayer needs a bit of a miracle here. But Yasmin needs a little bit more ammo. 14 rounds to try and make it happen. But now, with Daya following her up. And that's an epic hollow twister, sure enough. Shadow Slayer just doesn't stand a chance. An unfortunate circumstance here. Rin on the opposite end of the scope. Because that's a surprise third-party circumstance that neither Yasmin nor Daya were anticipating. Rin and Lily probably just happy that Yaz and Daya were so distracted at the start, because that's given them all the wiggle room that they need to loot what they want and not worry about that early elimination circumstance that they encountered in the 5th lobby.
Yeah, actually a lot more players dropping there than I think we saw in either of those games that we just saw. So just starting to get a little bit more contested, a little bit more players starting to look around, being like, all right, you know what? Maybe I could get this final one. But Diane Yaz being the better of it, making sure that they know that this is our spot. You cannot take this from us just yet. Crash in female clicks, though. Or Crash and Megumi, or female clips and Megumi. My bad, they were layered on top of each other. Could not read that correctly. It's still sitting uncontested, sitting in a nice spot for themselves. Able to just fortify their utility, grab the shield that they need, all the weaponry to make it into their next zone. Start getting antsy.
Vader and Nina just starting off the Night Rose process. They want to make sure they claim the medallion, the mythics, I should say, as quickly as possible. But for anyone that you know, tuning in a little bit later than expected, this is the final lobby, game 6 of 6 of the Milk Cup Winner Split Finals, sponsored by Gonna Need Milk. And again, huge shout outs as well to the all-women's production team coming out from Radiant, as well as the help and assistance from our one and only Thy Peach Cobbler. I haven't had a chance to shout her out here today, but Peach, thank you so much for everything that you do, for all of these ladies in the scene, and the help and efforts that you go through to help put these kinds of events together alongside everybody else, eFuse as well. And yeah, Apples, we've definitely seen some pretty crazy action throughout the course of today. But I think as far as our top 3 teams are concerned, you're looking at Nina and Vader, Frantic and Canary, as well as Vanessa and Millie. And Nina, Vader, unless they're eliminated super early on, all they've got to do is be as consistent as they have been all day today. And they might just have that $15,500 prize pool first locked in.
Which is huge. That is a huge prize pool that we have. It's just amazing what Milk, what everyone here is doing. Gotta Need Milk is just doing amazing things for the female esports and female Fortnite competitive scene. I don't think I've seen such a thriving female scene recently. Like, this is just incredible just to have this, and just props out to everyone. And drink more milk. You're gonna need it.
Man, this is crazy though. J-Dog and Tokyo, we saw them holding down that second place on the leaderboard throughout the first half of today's lobbies. But things, they haven't necessarily, you know, dwindled out, so to say. But J-Dog and Tokyo have definitely had their fair share of struggles as far as maintaining that top 5 position. They are currently just outside of the top 5. Sitting at 190 points, starting off lobby number 6. The good news for them, it's female Clix and Megumi. Well, I say good news. Nothing is actually, you know, when you're thinking about some of the, you know, the powerhouse teams here, but I'm saying it's a 5-point differential between 6th and 5th. So it's catchable, but you've got to really make sure that you are bringing your A game, and that can be tough because, again, we've already seen some shakeups as far as how the drops are concerned, and the lobby is just bound to be much more aggressive for teams that are trying to make up last-minute points.
Speaking of teams looking to make a couple more last-minute points, Lemonade and Hannah here not having too great of a last 3 games streak. 0 eliminations, but they did have a nice game 1 with 3 and then a game 2 with 2. Looking to get just a little bit more placement points to see if they can make themselves into that top 20. It's going to be a bit difficult, but it's definitely something that could happen if they're able to get this victory out. They just have to take down the top dogs in this lobby, and I'm just worried. I'm afraid that Vader and Nina are going to be able to get that Shogun's Arena mythic item once again. They're able to win with that once again. I need to see a little bit more contention for that, because just like you said in the last game, they have been uncontested. I mean, Moxie and Regs was up there once, and I don't think anything really came of that. Moxie and Regs were able to get to that ending battle, but nothing too crazy happening just yet on that end. Hazing Nicole now having to play as a solo versus 2. Trinity did get down, actually. A nice elimination from a third party, it could be. Ibis just sitting here on the edge, trying to heal up before they're able to throw a couple shots. A nice knock, but that's a quick response from Ibis right there.
The first successful circumstance of an Oni bomb, I mean, it depends on what you want to label as. I'm counting that as a success factor. I don't think I've seen a single person even get a knock since the Oni bomb was like introduced for, you know, this chapter, at least as far as the gonna need milk cup competition is concerned. So for the milk cup to see an Oni bump play actually come into effect, that is, I get excited for that, Apples, just because I don't think we're gonna witness that again here today. Had to happen at least once though. As Nina, Vader, they're just trying to separate themselves as much as possible from first and second. Female clicks, NLs, Megumi, if they're not careful, could find themselves getting fully collapsed on. Instead, Nina, Vader, they're gonna think better of it. They recognize the fact they don't need to do anything too risky and compromise their current position. Because again, getting early eliminated could be all the opportunity that Frantic or Canary needs to catch up.
Yeah, Zendaya making use of the train here. Trying to get some shield back up. It feels like there's some shots in the distance against them, though. Players are able to see that they're riding on this. Just right on that high ground. But nothing too aggressive just yet. Speaking of aggressive, that's Nina and Vader out of the lobby. Chloe and Ellie able to eliminate them. That could be huge. That could be them getting out of first place. That could be the entire 5th place, all of top 5 getting reset here. That is a huge duo elimination, and Ellie and Chloe, they need to be able to play off of this just like they need they need to play off of this well. They already see that there's another trio in the distance setting some shots towards them, but that is incredibly huge.
It's just the fact that it was Chloe and Noah Lick that surface out of seemingly nowhere, and again, that all just trails back to Nina and Vader having followed a different rotational path than what they've traditionally been doing every single lobby here today. I don't know if it's necessarily greed that I want to factor it up to, but whatever the case, they have essentially been somewhat compromised. Again, I'm looking at our teams in the top 4. Moxie and Regs, 212 points in 4th place. Everybody else just a little bit closer after that, but Frantic and Canary have a chance to go for a massive upset here. If they can close out this lobby with a victory royale and a handful of eliminations, that's it. That's wraps on first place there for Nina and Vader, and they just have to sit. And that's where, oh man, I feel for Nina and Vader in this circumstance right now, Apples, because they have played phenomenally all day today. And then it slips potentially in the final lobby. It's a tough pill to swallow, but it showcases it can happen to the best of us, quite literally.
Well, they're trying to make you feel better. Diane Yaz are fishing. I know you wanted to see a little bit more of that at the beginning. We have some players grabbing a little bit more of the heals there. I mean, this is kind of huge. Now Somerset and Kelsey trying to get active here on this building. They know another player's here, Sophie Ann and Maddie, right below them. But now right in front of them, the shots are raining out. Somerset knocked down. All down to Kelsey, and it looks like she's out of here. Somerset now finished off. Kelsey just trying to get away, trying to not get hunted, just trying to stay alive, but she has no heals to her name. Gonna have to find something on this beachfront, but I don't think there's anything really there that could save her. Sophie Ann and Maddie, they're gonna have to rotate towards her if they want that into the storm. So at least that's a little bit of safety from some other eliminations, but you could just get down to storm at that point.
Yeah, but it's our neck and neck teams that are just going to bat non-stop, it seems like. Kelsey and Somerset, they're in 7th. Sophie Ann and Maddie NF trailing by about 14 points, but they're currently in 8th. So for Somerset to be eliminated this early on, and Kelsey did not look like she was in the most ideal recovery position either. No shields, aside from maybe the overshield recharge. and still has to recover Somerset's reboot if she wants a chance to bring this one back. But if I'm Kelsey, or excuse me, if I'm Sophie Ann or Maddie, I'm probably sitting on that reboot card to make sure that 7th doesn't stay 7th for much longer. And that is just such, again, a tough break for such a veteran duo of the women's competitive scene. Somerset and Kelsey have just had a really rough transition here from the open qual days into our final set lobby. But one more time, just a testimony to the fact that all of these ladies have really hit the drawing board in terms of strategizing and coming up with new ideas, new ways to essentially attack each and every single one of these rounds and try and turn the tide in their favor.
I mean, this is what I spoke about right before the game started. I wanted to see teams getting aggressive. I wanted to see a new team in Shogun's arena. We have Bured and Ebeth here up top trying to get this mythic item, setting this up, and it doesn't even look like our favorites of Nina and Veda are here because they were eliminated early. They were like, all right, we see that in the feed. Let's go get it. This could be our chance to shine, and this is going to set them up actually for some really, really great endgame gameplay if they're able to grab this.
All depends on what Brett and Beth are going to do with the goodies after the fact, though. Because you can have all the best items at your disposal, but if you're not able to actually utilize a strong strategy with it, it can be a tough lesson, especially to learn in a final lobby. But I think Brett and Beth can definitely make some good things happen here, especially just because, again, the stealth effect out of this medallion combined with the infinite stamina, it is just crazy to be able to sprint non-stop, especially when you think about how like smothered everyone becomes in a lot of these final zones, all these teams just compounding on top of each other. So I think Beth, she's certainly looking to try and, you know, stake her mark on this final lobby.
It could be huge. It could be a new team that we didn't see too much of earlier, able to grab that final zone, that final victory royale to top us off for the Milk Cup. Your female clips in Meg. It looks like they're starting to, you know, it's time to camp in the bushes here over by Lost Lake. Lots of duos just kind of sitting around waiting for some rotates to come in. The storm zone has not gotten too small that players are starting to run around. It's just, everyone's just waiting to see who is near them, who is going to start rotating in, who's looking for a refresh on loot, and who is playing as a solo. Moxie and Regs playing near Bruto boxcars. Looks like there is another duo here. Could be staking them out just a bit. Trying to get their own loot, trying to get their own refresh. Having the Oni Max here pretty close to the storm zone. Could be waiting for some players to come in from the zone as well. Low players, easy eliminations, easy points onto their score ticket in the end. They are right at the top, 4th place. Could be making their way into 3rd or even into 2nd. Honestly, even into 1st at this point. How Nina and Vader went down so early, I'm still not over it.
Well, I think part of it might have just been the fact that they were initially potentially looking for an early train disruptance. As far as I can tell, Regs, Moxie, they don't have the mythic hollow assault rifle, so that tells me somebody else took that train to begin with. But Daya trying to hold on for dear life here. She watches Yasmin get eliminated. Sweet Crocs and Glocks right next to the Sprite Shrine. 2 versus 1 scenario. Daya is gonna really have to put in the work. She gets 1. That could be the moment, but she doesn't get the full elimination to find that siphon just in time. Sweet, unfortunately, has done just enough. Crocs and Glocks will be able to find the revive. And again, it's a really tough break there for Daya and Yasmin, because again, we're looking at teams that were trying to break in top 10, try and get the differential for that prize pool.
Daya and Yaz, I mean, they've had a pretty good run of it so far. I mean, last game they had a crazy amount of eliminations. Just were not able to make it to the end to make more placement points for themselves. But Moxie and Regs getting pressured here right next to another duo, and it doesn't look like Ms. Mary and Food Baby are going to back down anytime soon. They're just going to put pressure here, waiting for them to get active, but do they know who they're up against? They're up against the number 4th team that want to get active, but also want to stay alive as they just start to run across into the zone, into not some high ground, but into some medium ground, I would say. Keeping themselves safe, keeping them in the zone, and wanting to keep aware of everything that is around them. Not going to let a team put pressure on them this early on.
Look, it always feels great to take a fight, especially if it's one that you didn't pick and win it. But Moxie, just a longtime competitor, she recognizes positioning over everything else, and that little bit of leverage over the cliff face is going to be, I think, the difference maker for some of these other teams that are also looking to rotate in, because they've got just slight elevation and a good way to essentially force teams to rotate either to the left or right of their current position, but it'll just keep them untouched, unharmed for the most part, and able to conserve as much of the resources as possible as Maddie NF, Sophie Ann spraying down teams that are rotating in front of them. Now it's going to be their opportunities to move forward with these Void owning Maz, but they've got to be quick. They recognize they can't stick around for too long, straggling behind the pack before they get sandwiched in between the other late rotators and the teams that are already postured in zone.
Yeah, it looked like their bunker was about to get taken from them, but so quickly the storm is going to start moving and their own bunker is going to get taken away with that zone. Now just going to have to find some other place to stick their claim, but they're so close to so many other duos. Are they just going to have to share a wall with K and 1G right across the way from them? They have to be knowledged here. Yep, they're going to start breaking down this wall, seeing that they can find them. Nice shot onto 1G. That's going to knock all their shield off and just make them fall away from this occasion. Just trying to
Opted to move further inside these buildings inside of Lost Lake, but Maddie and Sophie Ann, they just refuse to give this one up. They're applying as much pressure as possible. All the while, you could see some of these teams kind of sprinkled around the vicinity. Some definitely in tatters, others prospering entirely. I'd even argue that Frantic and Canary, they're doing exactly what Nina and Vader probably hoping they wouldn't witness, as K-More's gonna get knocked. You factor it as an elimination, this could be a big refresh as well. Canary, Frantic, they're gonna opt to move in immediately. Layla with a smart shockwave forces Frantic and Canary out. That's gonna expose Frantic at least. Canary doing what she can to reconverge with their duo. Doesn't want to play separate for too long. It can only take seconds for absolute catastrophe to unfold, but Frantic, she's looking at a little loot pile. And they're also looking at another team to continue just trying to build up as much as possible.
Yeah, eyes are set on something here. Somerset and Kelsey able to stay alive here into the 30th place. He's going to get shot from the side, but not going to get knocked down here. Just a little bit more of a tricky situation where they're just trying to see, all right, there's a team over here. We can see maybe they can peek out. Maybe we can get a couple shots on them. All right, there's a team over there. Just getting information for herself and for Kelsey. Trying to see where everyone is going to be starting to rotate as they keep their advantage point on this high ground. Weezer and Cat Attacks in a little bit of a strange situation as they start to get attacked by so many angles. Players are just trying to see them rotate in. Knocks onto walls are going to have to start happening here, as these bunkers are not going to hold for much longer.
Incredible effort so far, though, from Kelsey. The fact that Somerset's even been brought back into this lobby to continue giving them another chance to maintain that top 10, that says so much to me. Mental's definitely still intact, still trying to power through and overcome all the odds that have been presented to them in this final lobby. But Somerset, Kelsey, they're certainly a duo that is more than capable of making that kind of bounce back happen. It's Regs, Moxie, they continue to try and charge forward. Keep in mind, 4th place team, they don't want to drop any lower than that. If anything, they want to go further up on that leaderboard. Fucking thousands of dollars differentials as far as the prize pooling is concerned. But things are getting so hectic here now at Loot Lake. Teams trying to recycle the porta bunkers, not even recognizing the fact that there might still be players sitting underneath.
Moxie Regs in a really interesting situation right now, just kind of hearing all the running around in the bunkers right next to them, trying to plot their next move, expecting another team to be around this door. The next zone has revealed themselves, and now they just have to plan. How are they going to get over there? How are they going to stay in this fight, stay alive, finding another team, alarming Amber and co. on the other end. So low, just so low. Cat attacks right around the corner, though. You can just see, just trying to hide, just trying to get these placement points, trying to stay in this top score, in these top points. Billy, Amber. Oh my gosh. How are they going to rotate out of this? So many eyes.
Seeing just how cannibalized all these buildings have been.
Yeah.
With the porta bunkers, the walls just being taken apart, push grenades swamping on the floors. Alarming Amber, they just gotta be careful. Sometimes the Void Oni mask just doesn't go where you want it to. Placement blocked momentarily. But Alarming Amber, Billy, they're ready to move with the rest of the pack, hoping to go undetected. Big find, though. The random shield potion on the ground, but immediately the luck turns to catastrophe here. As Regs and Moxie, perfect line of sight. They're immediately going to collapse. Kelsey, Somerset flying overhead now. Regs and Moxie, they recognize this might not have been fighting off a little bit more than we could chew here. They're gonna have to reposition. They're split now. Moxie won't even get a chance to medkit. She's forced to just Void Oni into the air. Fortunately for her, the elimination comes through. Somerset's gonna provide her the siphon that she needs, but still, last trickles of HP, it's not enough. Moxie's down. Reg's gone with her, and everyone else from the lobby moving forward with this next zone.
Now just in flat ground, Panda Bit just has an Oni mask to their name and their shotgun. Have to stay in this zone. There's no bunkers left. It's all shotguns and these Oni mask teleports. Oh, and the slide down, Panda Bit. Are you going to be able to get back to the zone? Is going to land on this tree. This is perfect positioning on the same level as Sophie Ann and Maddie. Going to move their way into this. The shotgun shots are making their way through. Maddie gets knocked down. Sophie Ann so low. Crocs and Glocks going to be the better of it. Female Click somehow getting away with it. Now down to Storm. Soiree gonna be it, and that's gonna be Lil Braun. Last one here as a solo gonna get down. It's gonna be E-Beth. It's the team that was able to get that Shogun medallion. Gonna get that last victory royale for game 6. Her and Red.
Love to see it, though, from Red and Elizabeth there at the end to close things off, because if you're going to overtake Shogun's arena, if you're going to be the team that takes on that Shogun's medallion, I want to see what you can do next with it. And Beth just prioritizing positioning, getting in and out, using that stealth to her advantage. The invis combined with that infinite stamina definitely came up clutch there towards the end. Just a perfect way to kind of seal the deal. And I believe that is going to be their first victory royale on the day. And not only that, Apples, but a huge, I would imagine at least, jump in the leaderboards for them. I'm very excited to see how that shifts around.
It's just a Shogun Arena diff. That's just how it is when you're able to utilize that ability. That's infinite sprint. You're able to get invisible. They were just able to do it better. And congratulations to them. They were able to get the victory royale on the 6th game. We'll just have to see how they stack up on that leaderboard in a little bit.
Yeah, so make sure that you guys stay tuned, because we've got the final leaderboard coverage to go over, as well as potentially a winner's interview, I would imagine. So again, we'll be right back with the conclusion of the Gonna Need Milk, the Milk Cup winner split finals right after this short break.
The milk is gone. It has ran out for now because we have made our last stop, guys. We've had match number 6. We got 6 rounds of Fortnite duos, no build, but we have finally landed on that last stop. And Taco, what a match.
Yeah, that one got really chaotic, really fast. Like, I know that traditionally you can always anticipate a little bit of last minute silliness, but we really brought a ton of craziness unfolding from like every corner of the map, it felt like here, Apples.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of our front runners went out early. We obviously saw Vader and Nina going out early, which was not expected at all. Daya and Yaz going out early. Some very, very early aggression from a lot of these teams. Just everyone was ready to show what they're made of and see if they can make it into that top 20, into the money. Trying to see, hey, maybe we could get another elimination and that would bring us just 1 point closer. And it all just goes to show how important that mythic item is for Red and Isabeth as they were able to get that last Victory Royale.
This is the moment, right? Like the final leaderboard count, and even with their early departure,
wow,
Nina and Vader just managing to hold on to that first place position, but Moxie and Regs really made it a nail biter towards the end. My heart goes out to Frantic and Canary though, because being pushed down to 5th place is tough, but you know what? They're both some of our youngest competitors. Canary quite literally 14 and this good.
Wow.
Frantic right there next to her. I mean, I'm excited to see how they continue to mold and develop.
I do want to talk about the team that was able to push themselves into 11th place here, Valista and Sarlet. I mean, the 4th and 5th game going out 27th and 39th, but that last game, they were able to go out 10th, and that brought them all the way up there. That was that $900 mark that you were just kept on talking. All right, you don't really want to be in that 400 if you can really push yourself there, and they got it. The 2-point difference between 11th and 12th, and that's $900. It's a couple hundred extra dollars that you get in this prize pool. Just incredible work from them, as well as everyone that was able to make that top 20.
And once again, congratulations to the winning team, Nina and Vader, a team that was our star players at the start of the tournament. They made sure that they kept with the consistency, although at the end, things got a little bit hectic, right? Taco, you were like, either Vader cooked a little bit too hard, or the strat that they were trying to go for wasn't it. But doesn't matter, because you were consistent the other matches before. So in the end, with the eliminations, with their communication, and of course with the help of the milk of their choice, they were able to succeed and win out and get that big prize pool of, I believe, was 15K.
Yeah, the
split between
15,500 is an incredible prize pool to split between the two. I always love, seeing the success here for all these women that were competing today. Also want to give a friendly reminder that all these beautiful ladies are streaming typically, and so it's always good if you guys want to check out some competitive point of views. I would definitely recommend you just scroll through the Fortnite tab, man. You can see a lot of awesome ladies competing and streaming their perspectives.
All right, I have to move on to an interview, but I want to give you guys 30 seconds to say goodbye before we scurry over and say hello to our winners. Let's start off with you, Apples.
Well, I'm just so happy that we had such an amazing event. It was amazing working with you, Eve and Taco. The Milk Cup was amazing. And I just got to thank all of you, all of production, and just Milk, Gotta Need Milk, for just showcasing all this wonderful talent and all these wonderful women.
Yeah, I mean, Gonna Need Milk, you guys always crush it whenever it comes to the Milk Cup competition. Loved seeing this 50K zero builds, winner split finals come to fruition. Congratulations again to all the ladies that had the chance to compete, and huge shout outs one more time to the Peach Cobbler, Aussie Antics as well. I know he's been doing crazy watch parties for all of the action taking place up to this moment. His chat's always awesome. And then again, just the production team from Radiant, eFuse as well. I mean, everybody just really makes this what it is, and I'm happy to see the competition landscape continue to build for these women in Fortnite.
We Y'all are amazing. Okay, bye, friends. I'm gonna head on over and talk to some winners here. We got Nina and Vader, or actually, I get one. I get Nina. Hi, Nina. How are you?
Hi. I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm just excited that I get to talk to you. Okay, I get to pick your brain. How does it feel to win? I feel like the last tournament in Fortnite, at least for this season here, with Gonna Need Milk.
I mean, I feel like this is so surreal for me. Like I wanted to win so bad and I finally got it. Going to last game was so scary, especially dying like off spawn, and I'm just so grateful that we won. I'm really just in shock.
You had us at the edge of our seats. I can't tell you how many times I was gasping and like biting my nails. I won't show you my nails because they're actually pretty like beat up from just how nervous I was just for everyone in the competition. And I'm gonna ask you about that last game, but before that, what was your strategy to remain consistently at the top?
I mean, I just listen to Vader. She usually has the greatest calls ever, so I just listen to her throughout like the whole game. And we usually just rotate like dead side and literally key anyone with confidence. So that's just how we played today, and it was just great.
I mean, it showed you guys. I could never, I could hardly imagine. And I have heard that Vader has some amazing call out. How did you guys came to meet? Were you guys always a duo?
I met her. No, we actually like came as a duo over at the last Milk Land. Surprisingly, I met her through
I love
Twitter.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, oh my gosh, that is so sweet. That's like a story here for Gonna Need Milk to, just go off on. And okay, let's talk about that last match, right? Was that the plan? What went wrong with that one match?
I guess since last game we were just rotating like dead side as we usually do, and we like trying to like go more center zone. And we saw people, we were gonna key them, but we backed off, and then we didn't see the team on our left that 3-2-1 us, and they unfortunately killed us. And I was very nervous that we weren't gonna win, but thankfully we did win. So I'm really grateful.
Well, you did the work the previous matches, so it's not a surprise that you were able to maintain that lead. Were there some teams that you were expecting to maybe do a little bit better, or that you were scared coming into this tournament?
Yeah, 100%. Like Frantic's team, I was scared of them for a little bit. Like they're a really good team, and I thought they were gonna win, to be honest. But that was just unfortunate what happened to them. I also thought Regs and Moxie were gonna do well. They did do really good, but I thought they were gonna win the whole thing as well.
Well, you guys did phenomenal. Once again, congratulations. One last question before I let you go off and celebrate your victory with your duo. And what does the Milk Initiative to support women in Fortnite mean to you?
It means a lot to me. I mean, Milk has done like a lot of great things for women in gaming, especially for Fortnite, because we've never really had something like this before, like the LAN and then the tournament. It just means a lot to like girls in Fortnite who actually play competitively and get to show like in the spotlight.
Well, we appreciate you, and we are so honored to be able to see your growth throughout these tournaments. And congratulations once again. 15K isn't a small change. What are you going to do with that?
Probably just save it. To be honest, I hate spending my money, so
That's a good call. Okay, last one before I let you leave. Favorite milk?
just regular. I don't like any flavored milk.
That's okay. Basic is good. Thank you so much. And once again, congratulations. And to everyone who has joined us here at the Milk Cup Winter Final, it has been a pleasure. I hope that you have gotten inspired and continue to support the initiative of Gonna Need Milk to continue to provide these tournaments for females in the Fortnite scene, and also the side of things to bring you as much high quality content as possible. If you would like to be a part of the action, don't forget to go follow us, Gonna Need Milk, on all socials, as well as joining our Discord. There's going to be so many more events to come in 2025, and this is just the start. Thank you so much for watching, and have a great night.